Oh, it's for the, yeah, it's the big screen. All right, should we call it to order? Where's Michelle? She's over there. Let's call it to order, Michelle, and call for roll call. I'm just getting logged into the agenda. I'll catch up.
Trustee Wood?
Here.
Trustee Tarpley?
Present.
Trustee Henderson? Trustee Brady? Trustee Pinkerton?
Here.
Trustee Lee? Superintendent President Walden?
Here.
All right, we call for the next item. I don't have the agenda. Wait, there we go. All right, and roll call. How about if Bridge leads us tonight? Is this your last meeting?
It is. You try not to tear
Yep,
up.
I know.
Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Play ball. All right, public comment announcements. Any announcements, Michelle? No? All right, announcement of items deleted or corrected from the agenda.
There are. There's two corrections. Agenda item 1.5, I'm sorry. Item 6, this is 1.5. Item 6.49 and 652 are being moved from the consent agenda to the action agenda because they were mistakenly placed in the consent agenda.
Which one? 6-4?
649 and 652.
Yep. And we have invocation.
Mr. President, if I could request that item 19.2, the first read, be moved to at least next month.
We can. Do you want to do that now? I thought we'd have comment about that.
19.2, the first read?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask to have it moved till next month. There's no need for me to comment at this point.
19.2, it's the first read of the energy report, the new board policy, Policy 6530, that would set a policy that there'll be a report to the Board of Trustees annually at the regular September meeting to report on energy usage, the solar production, cost savings, et cetera. So I think Trustee Brady, you want to have an opportunity to add, delete to that board policy, make some edits and resubmit?
Yeah.
That's why we're trailing it over. So
I just don't think that it says anything at all. And considering that we have a lot of different utilities in there, that I think that some of it needs to be more clearly spelled out. I'll send my suggestions in within the next 3 weeks.
all right, are you going to draft up?
I'm just going to draft some ideas that I have researched and some of the things that we're coming across now in our industry that are parallel with your industry. I mean, commercial buildings and government buildings are kind of the same.
So I would recommend that you draft a proposed policy as you want it worded and then submit it, if that's okay.
I'm just going to draft some ideas and then you guys can wordsmith it for whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying, because I already wrote this one with Dr. Walden, so
Okay.
if you want something
No, it
different.
just, President Wood, this is just real simple, and it doesn't say much. That's the reason I thought we just move it rather than having this dialogue right now.
Right, and I'm okay with that. I'm just saying, just draft a proposed policy and submit it.
Okay.
That's all. And then you made a motion to
Just move it,
we're not tabling it, we're
moving it till July meeting.
moving it. I'll second your motion. We'll call for a vote to move 19.2 to next month. All in favor? I think we have to vote verbally.
Aye.
Aye.
Student trustee.
Oh,
Wow.
Nah,
Your last board meeting.
yeah, it's her last meeting. We don't care what she thinks anymore. She's out of here.
That's the sign of a good attorney, right in front of the judge. Yeah, he's got something.
I'm off my game. Okay, there's your one for the night that I'll miss. Student advisory vote.
Yay.
And then Sharon, I didn't hear a vote. Did I miss
Yay.
it? Yay, okay. So 5-0 to move 19.2. Trustee Brady's going to draft his proposed version of that policy and submit it to Dan. And we'll go backwards to,
So just for clarification, there's gonna be a new draft, so this one will go away and will not be the
Well,
one?
we'll keep, I would propose then that we keep this one for reference. Trustee Brady will draft his proposed, submit it, and then when we come back, we'll have another first read at the next meeting, and then we can have discussion to discuss the
The
one
first
that's
read
already
of the-
drafted. We'll have first read on both. And then we can discuss what everybody thinks about the two and any further
Well-
modification and,
So what I would propose is that we just bring the two, we take it off of a first read status, because that's really kind of missing the point. And we just have a discussion item that would include bringing both as a discussion item. First read is discussion only anyway, but the intent of a first read is that you basically have the language that you intend to pass at the second read.
okay,
So
I'll follow your lead on that.
we'll just make it a discussion item and bring both versions.
Okay,
And President Wood, I'm gonna write it out as if this is layman. I'm not gonna get into policy writing on where the edges and the nouns have to be. So there's just, I think, some clarification points that need to be made.
well, I don't want to be a jerk about it, but I already wrote it once. I'm not writing it a second time.
That's all right.
So just write the one that you want, and then we'll go with it.
I'll send you my ideas.
Perfect. And 1.4.5, the invocation. I think
Pastor Dane,
our invoker stepped away. He's back.
he's right there.
Consider yourself invoked. Trustee Brady, it's always dangerous to tell a pastor that I can take as much time as I'd like,
That's okay.
but I'll be gracious to you. Quick verse and a short prayer for you tonight. Micah 6:8 gives such a wonderful summary of God's requirements for his followers. It says, "He has showed you, O man, what is good and what does the Lord require of you, but to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." And I think the spirit of that verse is just spoken so beautifully in the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Please join me, close your eyes for our invocation today. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. O divine Master, grant that I might not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood, as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Heavenly Father, give our trustees here wisdom, unity, and strength and courage as they make decisions tonight for the good of this college that has set before itself this admirable goal to be the greatest community college in this nation. We pray that you'd bless that high and lofty goal, and may they do all that they do for the glory of God and for the good of this community and its students. And it's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Pastor Dane, and President Wood, if I could ask the board, maybe ask Pastor Dane. We have 3 young girls that lost their lives in Lucerne Valley and one that's in critical shape. And I'd ask me if you could lead us in a short prayer for those people in that family, because that loss has an impact on our region.
And please remind me, was it part of the same family?
Yeah, there were 4 girls walking out the other night through Lucerne Valley, and three were fatally hit, and 1 was severely injured.
I'm so sorry. What was their last name?
I don't know.
Okay. Lord, we lift up this family to you that's been so devastated. It was just yesterday I was at a graveside service for the man in his mid-60s who was tragically killed as he was hit on 7th Street just a couple weeks ago. And Lord, now we have this other family just devastated, Lord, by this car accident. We have, Lord, just our hearts breaking for that family. We just pray for your mercy, your compassion, as the family members are trying to wrap their heads around it and trying to make sense of it. It doesn't make sense. We can't understand it. It seems so senseless. And Lord, I just pray that you'd give them peace anyway. You say in Philippians that you can give us a peace that surpasses all understanding, or in layman's terms, it's a peace that doesn't make sense. We pray for that kind of peace on the family. We pray for that kind of peace on this campus, for their friends that loved them and cared about them, that were in classes with them. Lord, we do pray for your peace and your strength, and may everyone that is surrounding this situation, may they have resolve and perseverance to press on. May they not sink into discouragement or depression. Keep them strong. May they lean on each other. And I pray that you would be with each professor, each faculty member, each friend, and fellow student on this campus. May they be able to have the words of comfort to share, the perfect words at the perfect time. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
President Wood, if I could just give a quick update on our invocations. I want to thank Sharon, Trustee Pinkerton, for assisting. We now have commitments for July, August, September, and hopefully through the end of the year. And by luck, the Church of Latter-day Saints, which is a rather large religious organization in the High Desert region, has agreed to step up and hopefully move a lot of their bishops or their wards around over the course of the next year or two. So we've made progress. Sharon, I appreciate your help. And I did leave that guy a message tonight. We're making progress. So thanks. And thanks, Pastor Dane, for showing up.
No.
Oh, there he is. I couldn't see him for sharing screen. All right. No public comment related to non-agendized items. And we're going to go to item 3, progress on Board of Trustees goals.
Yes, Board President Wood, I would recommend that we just wait till Thursday night when this board is going to go into in-depth review of its goals. I don't think there's a need to go over these tonight.
I'm good with it. All right, moving on to the President's report.
All right. What I love about this job is being able to do things to affect the lives of students. And, you know, we've rallied around this idea of the Aspen Award. It really isn't about an award. It's about making life better for the students. It's about getting more students through graduation, completing classes, keeping them until they complete. And it's about helping them to transfer to four-year universities and to go on and get jobs so they can have a gainful employment and a good life and a better life. It's about closing the equity gaps so that everyone has that bite at the apple, that chance to enjoy the things that this great country affords. And so because the Aspen Prize, an award, is only about student metrics. It doesn't look at the college budget. It doesn't look at whether we've done our employee evaluations and all that other thing. It doesn't look at board performance or superintendent's performance. The Aspen Award only measures how well are the students doing. And that's what I love about that award, and that's what I spend my day doing. You can ask my staff, people that work with me, ask the cabinet. That's 90% of what I'm talking about every day. I have to deal with, you know, some logistics and things like that. You know, we have to prepare board items and things for the board and so on. and there's other logistic business for the district. But for me, this job is about making life better for the students. And so that's why we've been on this journey. And so about, let's see, 2 years ago, we started the Aspen Congress. It's been meeting every month on the first Tuesday of every month for 1 hour. And our consultant, Brad Phillips, who has worked with several of the Aspen colleges, in fact, the Aspen winner this year, the Alamo College in Texas, was one of the colleges that he consulted and worked with, and they won this year. So I asked him to come tonight and just to share with us what have we actually done? What kind of things has the college implemented that will make a difference for these student outcomes that are being measured by the Aspen Institute? So Brad, I believe he's zooming in.
My video, hello, I'm trying to get my video to work.
Welcome, Brad.
Thank you so much.
And there you are.
Yes,
We
my
see
video
you.
is working. Well, thank you. Good evening. Governing Board President Wood, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent President Walden. Thank you for inviting me to share briefly a couple of items with you this evening, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening. First, however, I'd like to present Victor Valley College with an honor for engagement in Caring Campus. And second, I would like to share with you my view of the progress Victor Valley College is making toward Aspen Prize recognition. With that, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully you can all see that.
Yes.
On behalf of the Institute for Evidence-Based Change, it is my pleasure to recognize Victor Valley College with a Caring Campus plaque for engaging in a very intentional process to help make all students feel welcome and cared about at Victor Valley College. You are one of 66 colleges that is engaging in Caring Campus work across the country. And Victor Valley College is receiving this plaque to recognize the excellent work of the participants in the college. This process involved leadership support and participation of Victor Valley College's professional staff in the development of behavioral commitments that are practiced by all staff members with the students and with whom they interact, whether it is 1 or 2 times a semester or daily. From Vincent Tinto's 1993 book, Leaving College, to Felton Lambert's Relationship-Rich Education that was published just last year, the research tells us that students go where they feel welcome and stay where they feel cared about. Dr. Walden had the vision to bring Caring Campus to Victor Valley College. Also, as the Caring Campus liaison for Victor Valley College, Michelle Painter was instrumental in maintaining communication, scheduling meetings, and ensuring staff and supervisory participation. Vice President Ingleson provided leadership support for the Caring Campus as well. And your staff had the courage and commitment to carry out the Caring Campus work. I want to congratulate and thank all of you for the care that you are giving to every student that comes to you hoping to improve their life, engage in the community, and serve as a productive member of society. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about Aspen. As Superintendent President Walden said, the 2021 winner is San Antonio College. I've been fortunate to be coaching them. I've coached them for 15 years. And when you think about the Aspen Prize, it is a marathon, not a sprint. I was working with this district, way back in 2003, I believe, when I first started with them. And this district had significant challenges, much more challenges than most other institutions, most other districts. And now I would argue that the Alamo Community College District is probably the top district in the nation. Not only has San Antonio College won the Aspen Prize this year, but they also, the district itself, won the Baldrige Award for Excellence, and they also won the Achieving the Dream Nehemiah Austin Award. This is a district that's truly transformed, and they did it through a variety of activities which Victor Valley College is adapting and adopting. So let me walk you through my view in this last year of the great progress that Victor Valley College has made. And look, it takes leadership. This does not happen because you bring in a consultant and I say this is what you should do. President Walden has been fantastic to work with. I must tell you, I work with dozens of colleges around the country, and it is a pleasure to work with President Walden because he is thoughtful, brilliant, and moves the college forward to excellence and the kinds of things that Aspen cares about, and of course, what's good for students and good for the community. So first, let me just say congratulations. You made it well through COVID-19. Not every college has made it well through COVID-19. And if you think about it, many colleges have quite frankly taken a step back and they've retrenched, but not Victor Valley College. In fact, you have moved forward in a variety of ways. I'm going to walk you through just briefly some of those ways. The first is you've now adopted an auto-awarding degree and certificate program. What does that mean? Quite frankly, students do not know how close they are to a degree or certificate. They take courses, they bounce around a bit, but they don't know. This auto-awarding program actually calculates student progress and invites students to now apply for their degree and certificate. Talking with Vice President Scott about the numbers of students that could have received degrees, but because auto-awarding wasn't around, were literally hundreds of students. And think about that. If those students transfer without a degree and they drop out of their BA program, they leave with not much. They don't have a degree on their record. Auto-awarding helps them move towards the degree, as well as if they transfer, have a degree when they move on. And that leads me to the second item, reverse degree granting. This is a very interesting process. What this does is when your students transfer, in this case, to Cal State San Bernardino, there is now an agreement in progress that will award them an AA or AS at the university if they have transferred without achieving that degree. So think about it. These students are moving on to the university, maybe instead of the 60 units, they have 50 or 45, but they're earning those units as they're at San Bernardino. They are going to get a Victor Valley Community College AA or AS, which is so critical. In fact, across the nation, universities are moving towards providing students with an AA or AS as they move towards their baccalaureate degree, because it's such a critical area. And Vice President Scott's just been wonderful in making this happen. The next item is outreach to 5,000 students. As part of the Caring Campus work, Dr. Lorena Newsom has put together a calling program with the support of the leadership. And students were scared. They were isolated during COVID. They started college, maybe they didn't stay, or maybe they didn't come back. But this program did outreach to students who did not come back. And as a result of checking in on them, as a result of caring about them, 1,300 of those students re-enrolled. That's incredibly significant. That's over 20% of those students because staff made a phone call, checking on students' welfare and inviting them back in. We're also working towards RAM coaching expansion. What's so excited about this Caring Campus effort is that faculty are engaged in specific behavioral commitments around making those students feel welcome and cared about and the belief that they belong. In fact, I was interviewing Professor Adam Moore just the other day, one of your excellent math faculty. And he was saying what's so great about this program is that when faculty begin, even in training, to implement these behaviors, they see an immediate change in student behavior. In fact, they stay. And recent data tells us that students who have a faculty member who is practicing these behaviors have a 7% higher success rate in the very first semester and a 6% higher in-class retention rate, meaning they stay throughout the entire semester. Right now, you have about 25% of the faculty that are engaged in this, and that number is growing. Dr. Walden and others in the counseling leadership implemented walk-in counseling. Students come to college, they don't know what they're doing, they're lost, they need to meet with someone. In this case, they don't need to make an appointment. They could come in and talk to a counselor and get their questions answered. That is really critical because students are busy. Their lives are incredibly rich and full. And when they walk in, they need to see someone right away. And that's a very rare program, but that goes a long way to keeping students connected with Victor Valley College. Now, what's coming soon? I'm really excited about these things. The first is the idea of bringing together an 8-week mini-mester. When you look at the data on short-term courses, the success rates are much higher than full 16-week courses. In fact, there's no magic with 16 weeks. We have summer school that could be 4 weeks or 6 weeks. You have a winter program that's less than 16 weeks. There really is no magic there. But across the nation, colleges that have divided the semester up into 2-week mini-mesters or 2-session mini-mesters, they see dramatic increases in student success. And this is even more so for students of color. It's really fascinating how this works. The second item I just want to share with you is the All-In program. This program comes from Odessa College, which has been top 10 in Aspen for 6 years in a row. I worked with them for 10 years. I know of no other college that has been top 10 Aspen for six years in a row. And what they do is they make it so that engagement among faculty and staff in the work of Victor Valley College is inescapable. So this All-In program basically rewards and recognizes faculty and staff for engaging in events, whether it's going to the theater, going to a football game, going to a board meeting, any kind of activity that further connects faculty and staff with the business and the wonderful richness that occurs on a community college. And so those are things that are ramping up and happening next year. There are great things happening. And what's so exciting is all of these things lead to increased success rates for your students and movement towards Aspen Prize recognition. With that, I want to thank you for your indulgence with my brief report and turn it back over to President Walden. Let me stop sharing here.
Thank you, Brad. And I want to give the board a chance, if they want, to ask any questions of you and what might be this next year might look like with the Aspen Congress.
Sharon? Dennis? Bridge? Joe?
Brad, let me ask you a question. I've been introduced to the present superintendent at Amarillo College. They were a merit winner. And Amarillo, from what I understand, from a community leader that leads a very large organization up here in the high desert, who had actually introduced me to him about 18 months ago, has some very similar social problems within the area as we do here. I've talked to 2 sponsors that will pick up the cost to bring him out here. So this present superintendent, because he's been so successful, gets about $10,000 a day to go out to a college. Would that be appropriate or inappropriate? These 2 have already committed the money, and we've already got a commitment on where it would be held. It would be held at a place up here that holds about 2,000 seats. The invitees would be some of the leaders within the region. Would that be appropriate in, let's say, April of next year, whether with good weather? I mean, would that be appropriate for the college, or would that be interfering?
So Richard is amazing, and the work that he does there is all about love. And, you know, if you know his story, he actually, the way I understand it, made himself homeless for a weekend and was trying to experience what potentially homeless students would experience in Amarillo region. And so Richard Lowey's done some really great work very quickly. The population is the same. It's really up to the governing board, President Walden, the leadership, about if Richard's talk would fit in. He really embodies our Caring Campus work. And so I have actually not worked with him before, so I can't really speak to specifically what he would say. They have a philosophy at Victor Valley College of Amarillo College of making sure that every student is treated as an individual. And that's really key, right? So we're not treating students as numbers. We're not basing our work on a transaction-based approach, but we're rather basing our work on a human relationship approach. So it's really up to you folks to bring in him as a speaker and so forth. So I would just leave it up to you. He is excellent.
Well, he's already on our radar. We've already been in discussion about perhaps even sending a team of people. I mean, they're only 120 miles from my home base, where I'll actually be on vacation in a week or 2. So I'm very familiar with the area, and we know his work. So he was already someone that we were going to be engaging with. And I really want some folks from our college to be able to go back there and watch them once that everyone's back in person. So one of the things they practice in Amarillo is the 10-foot rule. So anybody who comes within 10 feet of you, if you're a faculty member or a staff member, an employee or a board member, and you're walking around on the campus, you greet that person. You stop. You don't just say, how you doing? They actually have a practice of focusing, spirit meeting spirit. And his thing is all about love. He literally says, you love students through this college. And some fantastic things that will go with exactly what we're doing here. So he's already on our radar, and he's been in our discussions already.
He was on our, the reason I reached out to him last year was because of the survey. What the 10-foot rule is absolutely. What he also did was he's been able to bring a region almost the same size as ours. So, Brad, I don't know how far the Amarillo sphere goes, but there's apparently quite a few communities, and they all have homelessness problems, crime problems, lack of employment, lack of quality. I mean, it was almost, the first time we spoke for probably an hour and a half. It was teed up by Randy Castillo, the CEO of St. Mary's. So that's where the connection comes for us. And what Randy said to me after he came here to the High Desert was he wanted to see an economic development movement. And as we got talking, he said, you may want to talk to this Dr. Lowry. Well, apparently what Dr. Lowry and the community has done, it's bigger than the college, it's now the community. So where my concern, and we're going to bring him out here, I just, Dr. Walden, we have the same location that we're going to use to do the survey output. We can use that. The idea was for him to talk to the community about how they help bring the community together. If you want to send your people down to talk to them about how you do it here, that's fine. I didn't want to overstep what I'm doing as a trustee here, but we plan on bringing them out. We already have 2 people, and one of those is one of our foundation members, a very prominent foundation member who has said that they'll write the check.
So if the community has an event that has, and we'd of course encourage as many people as possible. I mean, I would be there, and I would try to drag everyone I could there. But I also want to bring him or some of his staff here. But one of the things I do want to do, and I don't know how many would be practical, but we'll work out a way. I want our folks to see this in action, this 10-foot rule, loving people. I mean, that message is amazing.
Well, I'll tell you, he will sell you, when you're talking about this love thing, as soon as I got off the phone, we looked at how do we get down to Amarillo, and it's not the easiest place to get on into, and then it was within months that COVID came. So he said, come down here. What my concern was for the region. Okay, we have 475,000 people out here. We have 17,000 people come to the turnstiles. And if we can connect the people in our region better with our college to support what we're trying to do, I think that we got a win-win deal. I know we do. So,
Jen?
How do you top that?
well, it just, COVID really messed up, I think, a lot of plans. And it was funny how I think when Dr. Walden sent this thing out, I'm going through, I actually thought he won. So I called him on his cell phone and said, hey, congratulations on winning the Aspen Award. So I didn't see, they came in 3rd place. It doesn't matter. I mean, they were recognized. And, I think like in anything, if you played any kind of competitive sports, sometimes coming in 4th place is better than coming in 90th. So, yeah, he's very motivated on the phone. Just a very motivating guy to be on the phone with. So,
Very cool.
so thank you, Randy Castillo from St. Mary's, St. Joseph's.
Joe, I think that's the most understated thing you've ever said, that COVID messed things up a little bit.
Yeah, Dad.
I have a question that I'm just going to tee one up for you. It's based on some comments, some feedback that's floated around a couple of times about the Aspen Award and competing for the Aspen Award being a waste of time, and that we should quit worrying about winning prizes and get back to serving students. So what would you say to somebody, and again, I think it's an honest answer, but I'm teeing it up nice for you. What would you say to somebody who said that?
So we hear that. And so my question to them is, do you want to graduate more students? Do you want more students to have an opportunity to earn a living wage? Do you want more students to transfer? Do you want to make sure that we are closing achievement gaps, especially among those students that are the most underrepresented, that have had maybe a life of poverty, and we want to change that? Are those things that you care about? That's what I would ask them. And if they say, of course I do, that's what the Aspen Prize is measuring, is the degree to which that college is producing those kinds of outcomes. And so it's not about the prize. As President Walden says, it's not about the prize. It's about making sure that our community, that our students are achieving everything they possibly can in terms of their educational goals so that they can be a productive member of society.
Pastor Woods, I don't know if you caught what Pastor Dane said at the end of his first prayer, or during his first prayer, about, helping create the greatest community college in the country. Brad, from the private sector, my big issue, and I've never had anybody talk negatively to me about the Aspen Award, the more people we can educate, hopefully the more people that will get a job, but more importantly, the more people that stay up here. We have a problem in our country about a lack of a quality workforce. We have 4 major employers coming into our market right now. They're going to create 4,000 jobs. And I'm going to tell you publicly, I don't know if we're going to be able to fill those jobs. And that's not very good. And the people that are doing those deals know that there's a problem. So the more that we at VVC and even some of these other schools cooperate and educate more people, graduate more people, certificate more people, and keep them up here in the high desert. The problem is that 98% of the people that we have here that graduate or certificate leave here because they don't believe that there's an opportunity here, and there's a great opportunity here, but there's no opportunity if you don't have anybody come to the party.
Exactly. And in fact, it's really exciting. In some of the work with Aspen, with your academic senate president, Henry Young. Henry Young jumped on board for these 8-week mini-mesters for the entrepreneurship program. I mean, it's really exciting to see faculty in leadership positions get behind these kinds of programs that will produce more graduates quicker to be out in the workplace. And so I'm just really thrilled with how this work has resonated among many of the folks in the VVC community.
So, 2 years ago, in the 17-18 year, Victor Valley graduated about 1,000 students. In the year 18-19, we graduated 1,300 students. In the year 19-20, we graduated about 1,550 students. This year, we have, and this is COVID and all, 1,816 graduates getting associate degrees.
And who said it couldn't be done,
And that is even without the auto awarding. Once the auto awarding is going to go back for 2 years and grant all those students degrees, which right now looks like maybe for the last 2 years, somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 more students. So there's some amazing things happening, and I'm telling you, in just a few more years, all this naysaying kind of stuff, it won't even matter. It won't be anywhere, because these kinds of things are happening and are changing the lives of students. So, and I would just say, it's also true of certificates, especially certificates with 16 units and more, those that are state recognized achievement certificates. We have the highest number ever this year in awarding those. So just know that this is working, but like Brad said, this is a marathon, and we're going to keep going. These are done on 3-year averages, so we've got to correct, some of the data from the past and show how we can improve. And other colleges are getting better too, so that means we got to run faster than them, right? So I'm up for it, and I think that this college has turned the tide. I believe the morale of the college is moving strongly in favor of getting all this done.
Dr. Walden, last year I know we had a similar conversation about we can track those students that register here, go to school here, certificate here, and graduate here. What have we done last year to track those students that have graduated and where they've gone?
So the National Student clearinghouse tells us if they transfer to other institutions, we're able to find out what college they went to and how many of them transferred. So transfer numbers are going up as well.
The ones that don't transfer, I mean, I think where we have a great opportunity with the Aspen Award, and I can't underscore what we now see in the pipeline for construction development is incredible. I mean, bigger than I really ever thought we could see. The challenge is, are we going to be able to team up with industry and produce enough people graduating to stay here and be able to say that they are here?
So Todd, are you out there?
He's there.
Can you go to the mic over there? Dr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Great Scott.
Yeah, can you talk just for a minute what we're doing with this particular, so the ones that don't transfer are usually those in the career technical education field?
Yeah, there's several programs that have to track the accreditation programs, track where their students go and where they're employed. It's probably 4 or 5 of those, but I think what you're getting at, and will hopefully answer this question, is you'll see on the agenda tonight for an approval of a director of instruction, and that is to explode our non-credit program. That's where the short-term workforce opportunities are going to happen. So when we hear from industry, we need 50 people with, forklift training or whatever, that is going to be the sole responsibility of the director of instruction in this non-credit, is to put that course together, get it through curriculum, find faculty, and get the training out. And it's short-term, zero cost for the industry and or the students, and they can get the certificate and get them out into the workforce like right away. So
Great.
that
But is there any way, let's say I graduated, I wasn't a part of that forklift program, I just leave here. How do you track, do you engage with me? I know that, every year at the end of the graduation, our foundation director gets up and makes a plea and says, hey, connect with the foundation and connect with the foundation. My question is, are we at the college connecting and saying, where are you going to go, and have you thought about staying here?
No, but it's a great idea, and when Dr. Mpumalo was here, we were having discussions surrounding that, and mostly in the CTE world or in the career tech world, is how are we going to track these students, see where they go, and there is a living wage, so that's a metric that we get graded on or awarded points for, is students that leave here, are they earning a living wage? And I think that's within California. So if they went
within their area, so like their county, that kind of thing. So
okay.
The state database that we upload our data to is working on that. Brad's nodding his head, probably knows about this. So that is, there's been a lot of difficulties around being able to track those students, but the metrics are there and the funding is, the question is, not the question, but the eventual goal is, there's been enough work done on it, we know it's going to happen, is being able to get a hold of those names and know exactly who those students are. But how many students in your area go from your college, they attended your college and go into the area and work to make a living wage, what the state standard of that is? And so, Brad, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, a little bit. There has been for quite a while what's called the LMI system, Labor Market Information. And that system relies on UI wage records, which stand for Unemployment Insurance Records. Basically, it's your IRS tax records. And what those tax records tell, and employers have to fill this out, and those of you employers know you have to do this, is it says basically what industry those students are in once they graduate. And so that information is being tracked now for a few years. It's part of the state reporting for the Vision for Success metrics. And so that data is out there. I think, however, what the question is about is how do we keep them, right? How do we keep them in the region, and what are we doing to ensure that there are viable opportunities that students stay in the desert? Am I accurate on that?
Correct. I mean, when you have, 95% of your students graduating, certificating, and leaving here, I sat down with one about 3 weeks ago, and they said, I don't know where I'm going to go. I really want to leave here, but they eventually want to be a homeowner somewhere in California. And I said, well, with the median price of $825,000, you're either looking at here, the Antelope Valley, or the Yucca Valley, or Joshua Tree, or 29 Palms. And then when you say to somebody, I mean, that's what actually made this market what it was. I mean, this market was created by affordable housing. It wasn't created because we were all here. So how do we keep them here? Because there really are going to be some great jobs coming down the pike, and they're coming very soon. And the concern that some of the employers are voicing to me is, do we have the capacity on up here? We have the people up here, but we have a lot of people that are, as they say, sitting on the couch.
We have a regional job developer in Strong Workforce, and actually Dr. Engelson's working on putting together a career center, so we can collect opportunities to provide to students, and hopefully that's enough to keep them here, instead of just sending them off and you're on your own. So that's kind of like that's a third step for us to do for sure, is provide a resource for students connected to industry about their careers. They can start when they show up here. They can choose what area they want to get to, and hopefully we can have a career center that develops them and puts them together with a local employer, for sure.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you being here tonight, and we're going to have a great year this next year.
Absolutely. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, Superintendent President Walden, the governing board, and the wonderful administration, faculty, and staff of Victor Valley College. I'm looking forward to continuing the work. Thank you all for your indulgence this evening.
Thanks, Brad.
So next, I'm going to ask Shante if you'd hold off just a minute and let the foundation give their report, and then we will go into the presentation of the tentative budget. So, Shannon? There she is.
Coming down way from the back. Shannon, come on down.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. All right, good evening, trustees, Dr. Walden, and student trustee Lee. Trustee Lee, from all of us at the foundation, we wish you much success in your future endeavors.
Hold on one second, Tim. Yeah, I hear her voice, but not her words.
Can you hear me?
That's
A little
Is that
better.
better? All right.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm that person you always have to turn the mic way up on.
You were like the Peanuts teacher.
I
was
know.
hearing like,
A group I used to sing with, they turned them way down, they turned me way up. Anyway, so we have someone here to speak to us tonight. So I'm going to welcome Leslie Kolinich up to the podium, and she's going to share her story with us.
Short here, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I wanted to thank you for giving me your time tonight, and thank you for Irene for giving me the privilege to share my story. Whew, okay. For those who don't know me, my name is Leslie Kalinich, but when I went to VVC here, I was known as Leslie Leach. In 2017, I graduated from Victor Valley College with 4 associate's degrees. That fall, I transferred to Cal State San Bernardino in search of my bachelor's degree in communication. In 2019, I graduated. Continuing with my education, I applied and was accepted to CSUSB graduate program in the communications department, and have the blessed honor to be in the graduate teaching assistant program as well, where I've been teaching for the last 2 years. My academic success would not have been possible without the dedicated professors, counselors, and staff here at VVC. When I started here in 2013, I was rebuilding my life. After 4 years of an abusive relationship, I tried to reestablish my life. I had just left the House of Ruth, a domestic violence shelter, and was living in the transitional living assistance program through a better way. My 4 children and I were finally safe. So I thought. On March 15th, 2014, he found me. I spent 3 days physically, mentally, and emotionally abused. And on day 3, I finally convinced him to leave. So many things were going through my mind: my children's safety, my housing, my education. I could not lose the progress I had made. That Monday morning, I walked into CalWorks department and asked to see Melanie Price. She was my counselor, but she wasn't there. At that point, I broke down and started to cry. I pulled off my sunglasses, and my injuries were apparent to everybody. I never forgot their faces. They asked me if I was safe and whisked me away to Veronica's office. They encouraged me to call the police, call Miss Anita, and go to the hospital. With their support, my only support, I did. The weeks that followed, I was able to salvage my semester. The professors, staff, and my fellow classmates fully supported me. For the first time in years, I had real support. I made it through the trial and kept my grades up. This December, I will graduate with my master's degree in communication and fully plan on wiggling my way back here at VVC to teach. To give back the support that I received myself. I will forever be grateful to VVC, the dedication to the individuals that supported me in and outside the classroom. Again, my name is Leslie Kalinich, formerly Leach, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much for being here. We relish and really appreciate those that come out and tell us their journeys that they've taken. So I'm going to move into what we have been doing and some of the things that have been going on at the Hall of Fame. So we recently celebrated our 28th Annual Alumni Hall of Fame and Distinguished Service Awards. Many of you joined us and gathered us at VVC for the Lakeside celebration. So I want to thank everybody who attended. I was telling Kirsten, I said, we got sunburn during the day and we got frostbite later on that night. But everybody came out and I think we all enjoyed it. Together we honored the distinguished service winners, Cindy Bostic and Cindy Schmidt, and then inducted Dakota Higgins and Eric Schmidt into the VVC Alumni Hall of Fame. We also celebrated the President's Award recipients, Carl Tate and Don Brown. We'd also like to thank the following VVC programs who came out to support the event: One Book, One College, Music, Athletics, EMS, Fire Technology, and Criminal Justice. So if you checked in and were walking down that path, I was not paying attention, and pretty soon one of the criminal justice guys had me handcuffed. And he got to sit there and tell me the story, and wow, it was just that fast. So, but it was very enjoyable, and I know we had some fun thing with the football, throwing that, and it was just a very nice evening. In addition, we really want to do a huge shout out to maintenance and custodial crews who work tirelessly to showcase our beautiful campus. I'm pleased to announce that the event raised over $74,000 and will continue to support student success here at VVC. Next, I'm going to move on to our scholarship drive, one of my favorite events of the year. The foundation will be hosting the drive-through scholarship ceremony on Tuesday, June the 15th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You're cordially invited to join us, and during the ceremony, students will follow a procession around the lake and get a chance to listen in on a personalized VVC Foundation scholarship ceremony playlist, watch a Facebook Live feed of the event, receive a small gift from VVC Foundation, along with important information on how to utilize their scholarships. The celebration culminates the scholars having their name read as they pass by donors, guests, and a cheering section. Again, you are very welcome to join us if your schedule permits. That was a lot of fun last year. Even, we obviously did it because of COVID, but I think the excitement was clearly felt by everybody that attended. On your agenda, there are the quarterly foundation donations in the amount of $346,000.
Wow.
An itemized expenditure list is attached to the item. We encourage you to review the list and see how donor funding is supporting the college and our students' educational journeys. So that is all I have for tonight. Thank you for your time this evening. Are there any questions that you have for me?
No, thank you.
Just hoping for better weather next week than we had at the
my.
gala.
Yeah, absolutely. I know at one point Dr. Walden looked over at me and he said, "You're cold." I said, "I can't feel my hands or feet." So anyway, it was still a very enjoyable evening. So thank you for all who attended.
Thank you. All right, so it's that time of year. Regulations require that in June of every year, the board adopts its tentative budget.
Can we have a 5-minute? You want a 5-minute? A 2-minute? Yeah. All right, stretch it out, 2-minute break. Anybody else? Pause.
Yep.
I'll be the next one going, so I guess I'll go now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So pressured to go to the bathroom. Good.
Somewhere between Oro Grande and Elmdale. She calls it Oro Grande after she lives right on Route 66 there.
Oh, okay.
And she wants to get involved in just some of the community. And I said to her, I said, outside of the school, and she goes, "You don't really have a board of trustees, do you?"
We do.
You do?
Yeah, but it's really hard to get the word out. So if she has good luck at the board of trustees, that's what they want.
How do they, are they
There's not
appointed?
like a newspaper, there's no,
Do they run publicly or do they?
Yeah, well, they don't run for election, they just get appointed. So they have to
out.
Are you gonna
Everybody
cause any more
obviously
delays
had to go.
tonight?
Huh?
Are you gonna cause any more delays tonight?
Maybe.
Okay.
Watch out.
This thing got dropped when they were unpacking
I
it.
know, I'm like, did they send us an award that looks like the dog chewed
It's
up?
getting unpacked and everything like that. My dog ate it.
Dog ate it. Is that a Robert Sewell?
Sewell is right there talking to Monica.
I think he'll be good, but the beans I have to give him, I don't know if I go through. But so she got them, and so she said, and I said, let's get a girl sit for 2 years. She goes, why?
My favorite car I've ever owned.
So far, the best car I ever had. Hey, where's Gabby? Where's Gabby?
She ran to get a jacket out of the office.
Did you get what?
A jacket out of the office. We're both cold, yeah. And she's getting me my chapstick because my
Very needy tonight. What's going on with you? She doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Normally you're like, yeah, whatever.
No, it was the same way at her apartment too.
Very needy today. Yeah, I know. We're not doing this in August. I have 8:30 plane tickets, Tuesday morning. Very quick August meeting. I have 8:30 a.m. plane tickets Wednesday morning. For the August meeting, so it's gonna be a quick meeting.
Well, we could be having a meeting while you're boarding the plane.
It's 8:30 in the morning, but we booked a room at the Hyatt Regency overlooking the airport. They let us sit in the room in the big windows and like watch the planes come and go. So that's my favorite thing.
Those don't come through the window.
Kathleen's been complaining for years that she's never been. I've been like more times than I can count from the Navy.
I saw the movie.
And then my dad has owned a condo in Kauai for years and years and years. And so we used to go, on a condo. And then when I was in the Navy, yeah, I tried to pull it off, and then I was like, dude, I bought the plane tickets, called my dad, he just took care of the condo thing. So I had it all lined up, and then I'm like, so I just went home and I just, so it was a surprise.
she lived home in a car driving out, but she calls herself there's a name. Yeah. And I don't know.
No, we can go slow. Do we need to wait for Gabby to get back?
She survived it.
Should we? Does she need to be here? Hey, we want to know what you shared with her that made her do the happy dance. So we want to know what you shared with her to make her do that happy dance. Oh, nice. Yes. Yes. Should we go? Should we go? Should we go without Gabby? All right. All right. We lost Gabby. She had to run and get something, but we're going to start back up without her, I think. Michelle said yes, so.
Man, I'm going to tell you, this was.
Are we starting back up?
All right. We were so excited for the budget report that we all had to
And
take a break.
Shantae ran away?
No, she's at the podium.
She's there.
She waited for us.
Okay,
Sorry, Shantae.
No worries.
we're ready.
Okay, well, Board of Trustees, Dr. Walden, Cabinet, thank you for having me this evening. And so I'll just jump right into it. Next slide. So first, just a quick economic update. Well, we all know, we've talked about it over and over again, but since March of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted both our state and national economies. But the good news is the state of California is actually projecting a $75.7 billion surplus for the fiscal year 21-22. $25 billion in federal relief funds has aided the state and even for a positive outlook for our next fiscal year. I'll just do a quick look back at the current year. So for the current year, which is 2020-2021, our total computational revenue, which is calculated from our student-centered funding formula along with a few other factors, at advanced apportionment, it was calculated at $65.8 million. By the first principal apportionment, which came out at the end of February, it was still consistent at $65.8 million. However, due to available revenue at the time, there was a projected 2.28% revenue deficit of a little bit over $1.5 million. Next slide. So this next slide is just a quick snapshot of our first apportionment Exhibit C. So this can be found out on the Chancellor's Office website. This slide just breaks down where all of the revenue resources are. It breaks down the different components of the student-centered funding formula, and then along with our property taxes, EPA, enrollment fees, all of that together comes up with our total computational revenue. Next slide. So again, I mentioned, and I'm sorry, the title for this slide should be 2020-2021 Revenue Recap. I apologize for that. But again, at P1, which was right in February, they were projecting $1.5 million revenue deficit due to revenues that were available at that time. So of course, we were probably asking ourselves, well, what do we do and how do we handle that? Well, the good news is that by the May revise, they are no longer projecting a revenue deficit. Personal income taxes, sales taxes, and corporate taxes have come in far ahead of projections. In January, the governor was projecting $15 billion in revenue from those sources through the end of the fiscal year, but we're coming in far above that. So what was the impact? Next slide. What has been the impact of the governor's May revise? So with the May revise, we've come up with several assumptions. Next slide. So first, I'll just go over what our general fund assumptions are. So the district shall maintain legal compliance with the 50% law. The district will develop a budget with a minimum 10% ending fund balance or reserve. The program review, planning, and budget development process will guide the allocation of resources, and vacancies due to retirement or resignations will not automatically be filled. Based on the governor's revise, a tentative operating budget has been prepared that estimates revenue and expenditures for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Our revenue assumptions for the year is that our revenue sources are sufficient to cover our projected expenses. Revenues projected from the student-centered funding formula for the system is $7.9 billion. There is a COLA, per the May revise, there will be a revenue COLA of 4.05%, and that means $1.8 million for Victor Valley College. And there are no planned revenue deferrals for the 2021-22 year. So that's good news for us, because this year we experienced some scares with cash flow due to those revenue deferrals. Next slide.
Pardon me, just a minute. Shantae, I don't know who's doing the slides, but if you're doing the slides, could you put them all up at once so we see the whole thing? Because it's hard to follow the way we're doing it. Thank you.
Okay, so our expense assumptions for next fiscal year, the Public Employee Retirement System PERS, our district contribution will increase by 2.21% to 22.91%. So this is an increase of $56,000, about $56,000.
I think you're talking from the next slide, We don't have that one up yet?
Prior slide, I'm sorry.
Was it the prior?
Prior slide, there we go.
Okay.
For the state teachers retirement system, or STRS, we're going to see an increase of 0.77 of a percentage point to 16.92%. And so that's an increase of about $65,000. The increase for health and welfare premiums are estimated at an average of 6%, or $473,000. And the net savings that we will see for next fiscal year for the supplemental early retirement plan is $354,420. Now, of course, that's in addition to the $1.2 million of savings that we experienced in the current year. Next slide. Okay, so for our 2021-22 projection, we are projecting nearly $68 million of total computational revenue. Then that assumes that our total compensational revenue will be fully funded. We are projecting a surplus of a little bit over $1.2 million, bringing us to an ending fund balance of $9.2 million, or 12.54%. And again, there's no planned revenue deferrals. Next slide. This next slide is a little difficult to see, but it just breaks out the different revenue and expense categories. And I'm going to pull it up on my phone because I cannot see it. Okay, so for the current year, which is the second column in this slide, for the current year, we're expecting a positive increase to our fund balance of a little over $781,000, bringing our current year's reserve to $7.9 million, or 11.13%. And that takes us into next year. So for next year, I've mentioned total apportionment of nearly $68 million, and then with additional revenues, which are other state or local revenues, we're looking at total revenue of $73 million for next year. We will see an increase in expenses. So these increases in expenses will be for things like our step and column increases, other contractual increases maybe related to utilities or other projects that we have planned. But total increases in expenditures for next year is estimated at nearly $1.4 million. But again, that will bring us, we will still see a positive change in our fund balance of $1.2 million, bringing us to a reserve of $9.2 million, or 12.54% for next fiscal year. In the following fiscal year, 2022-23, if all things are held equal, and not projecting COLA because we just don't know at this time, we do believe that we actually will start to dip into our reserve in that next fiscal year by about $200,000. However, we still will stay above our mandated reserve at 12.2%. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the impacts that the governor's May revise has had on categorical programs. So some of the categorical programs will also receive a COLA increase for revenue. So Access, EOPS, and CARE will each receive they will all receive 1.7% COLA. There will be base adjustments for our Student Equity and Achievement Program and our Strong Workforce programs of 5%. The COVID block grant will be reduced next year for the system by 58%, but the system will still receive about $50 million for COVID release in the form of a state block grant. Deferred maintenance and instructional equipment, the system is expecting $314 million, which is very exciting. We haven't gotten deferred maintenance or instructional equipment for the last couple years. I believe since fiscal 17-18, we haven't received any funding, so this is very exciting for us. The Student Success and Completion Grant Program will have an increase of 2.2%, and there will be additional emergency financial aid assistance to students from the state. So system-wide, that number is $250 million. And then in integrated technology, they are increasing the integrated technology program by 45.2%, and so that would be $61 million for the system as a whole. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So on this next slide, it's just an overview of all of our funds, and I'm going to pull that up again on my phone. I'm sorry, I cannot see that. So I won't go through line by line, but in total, we're going to start the year with about a fund balance of over 98 million. And so this is for all of our funds, which include both our unrestricted and restricted general fund, our GIC, our bond fund, our capital outlay fund, and all of our other funds, including our PARS fund and our OPEB funds. So we'll start the year at about $98 million. And again, this is just tentative. Obviously, we're in the midst of closing now. We'll have the books closed around middle of August, so we'll firm that number up for you guys. We expect to bring in about $172 million of revenue, but we will have $214 million of expenditures. So we're planning to end the year with a total fund balance of $56 million. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So COVID-19 relief funds. So we've received a variety of relief funds from various sources, from both state and federal sources. So what this slide is just demonstrating to you guys what we've received so far. The top portion of this slide is what we have received for student aid. And so there were 3 different federal sources that we received funds from. First was the CARES Act, and so we're calling that HERF Round 1. Then there's HERF Round 2, which was the act that Congress enacted in December of 2020. And then HERF Round 3, the American Rescue Plan, which was enacted earlier this year, HERF Round 3. In total, we've received $23.5 million for direct student aid. To date, we have actually distributed $5.8 million of those dollars, leaving us with a little bit over $17.7 million that we'll distribute within the next 2 years. For institutional funding, in addition to those sources that I've already stated, we also received a COVID block grant, both a federal COVID block grant and a state COVID block grant. Total funds that we've received for institutional purposes is nearly $33 million, $32.6 million. To date, we've actually spent $1.7 million, but we have $3.5 million encumbered that we plan to spend by the end of the year, leaving us with $27 million for institutional purposes. Total COVID relief funds received so far is over $56 million. And we will, our beginning balance for next year will be over $45 million. Next slide, please. So as I already stated, $5.8 million was dispersed directly to students, and that was as of May of 2021. Nearly $1.7 million has been spent from institutional funds, and $3.5 is currently encumbered. We have used institutional funds for the following purposes. We've used it for the cost of additional courses or labs due to social distancing requirements. We've also used it for counselors to go out and re-engage those students that we have lost that did not re-enroll. We've used these funds for supplemental grants for veterans. We sent out $500 supplemental grants to our veteran students March, April, May, and June of this fiscal year. We've used it for laptop and internet connections for students, and also for personal protective equipment. Now, any unspent funds that we have this year will carry into 2022. All of these funds must be expended by 2023. So the federal funds, when they award us, they give us 12 months to spend it, but they are allowing us to have another 12-month no-cost extension. So essentially, we're getting 24 months to spend the federal funds. Next slide. So that's all I have for you tonight. Are there any questions?
A couple of things I want to kind of point out. So since the May revise, the legislature has been in conference together and with the governor's office. And a couple of things are emerging. There's several things, but two that I want to point out today. The COLA looks like instead of 4.07 or whatever it was, a little over 4, is there's agreement between both parts of the legislature and the governor's office now to bring California community colleges up to parity with the K-12s and give us a little over 5% COLA. So I believe that will pass. Also, you saw that there was, what, 314 million for deferred maintenance?
Yeah, deferred maintenance and instructional
That
equipment.
number's probably going to be closer to maybe 500, a little over, between 400 and 500 million. And then there's another 250 million of, what do they call that, John? The federal money that, for the same kind of purposes with a little bit of a restriction. But we could possibly get, of that money, Victor Valley could get somewhere between $5 and $6 million for deferred maintenance to go into our capital outlay. So I think that's fantastic. We haven't gotten anything for years.
Yeah, we need it.
That is huge. You can walk around this campus, you could very easily spend $5 to $6 million. Oh, yeah. I do have a question. I'm looking at the rough numbers, and I see our annual budget, and I see we're still sitting on what was it, 27 million we haven't spent?
For the COVID relief funds?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we only have 2 years to spend that?
We only have 2 years to spend
And
it.
we spent what, 5 million so far? 6?
We're going to spend $5 million for the institutional funds by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so then I can't understand. So we're now back in a real world with no COVID. We don't need all these face masks
next
and
week,
hand
Joe.
cleaners and.
Yeah, you do.
Joe,
Well,
next
not yet.
So, but where do you literally triple the amount of outlay in the next 2 years?
But one of the things we're going to be doing is we're going to be offering all students come to the 21-22 year, and we're going to waive all of their fees.
Okay.
All student fees for the 21-22 year, I'm sorry. We're trying to recapture our enrollments. So we got to go and get people's attention and let them know. So we're, am I giving, Michelle, am I giving a report on the advertising tonight? Was that down? Anyway, we've already started. So we're all over every social media platform. We're on the radio stations 6 times a day. And I'm looking at Robert. We're going to, are we on the billboards yet? Or when will we are on the billboards on the 15, 2 of them?
So then with all this money that we're going to help with students, what does that do with the amount of loans that will be given out through Pell Grants? Is that going to go way down?
So Pell Grants are a grant, they're not a loan.
Okay.
We at Victor Valley College highly discourage student loans.
Yeah.
Students have to go through an orientation to learn the truth. So we try to get them to get grants and not loans. So that is something we minimize here. So anyway, what I'm saying is we're really going to soak the area with advertisement, outreach, recruitment throughout the summer and trying to see if we can make a difference this fall. And we would continue to do that going forward. Some other things that we can, now the problem with the COVID money is you just can't do anything with it. So one of the things though where we're looking to do is build having several of our classrooms converted to what's called high flex classrooms. And without going into a bunch of detail, I would just tell you that what it allows us to do is to have synchronous meetings from students. We could have a group out at Lucerne Valley meeting and being taught a class here with students in classroom here. They can all hear and talk and see one another as if they're in the same room. A friend of mine has already converted 75% of her classrooms to high flex classrooms, and So our faculty are being brought in to help choose the furniture because it's a flexible furniture that you can move around. Should you ever have any reason to have to socially distance again. So just a lot of things like that. John, what else am I missing that we would be doing? That's the key, is to have to tie it to COVID, and Shantae is always checking for me, can we use COVID for this, can we use COVID for that? Because we know these COVID funds are going to be, they already are being audited and they will be audited. And so we have to make sure that what we spend it on is absolutely, we don't have to pay back later.
Shantae, kind of a stupid idea because some of those things don't go anywhere, I understand. I work with the second largest trade association up here. It's called the Real Estate Community. Okay, we're about a $3 billion a year community. If you'd like, I'll put you in contact with our executive director for the Board of Realtors. She touches about 1,200 of the 3,000 licensed real estate agents. But those agents are talking, you know, they're touching people all the time and selling this year probably close to 9,000 houses. So I kind of go to the people that I know are, it's just an idea in the case you need to do that. I'd be glad to help you do that.
Sure.
Or tell you where to go do it.
Is that it? Thank you, Shantae.
I just want to say excellent report, and we could see it perfectly up here on our screen, so
Well,
thank you for
good,
that.
good. Thank you.
So it'll be an action item later in the agenda to adopt the tentative budget. And just to remind you, the final budget will come before you in September. Okay, there's no facilities update tonight, nothing really to report out there, so ASB student goals.
It's pretty short, sweet, and simple this time. We're looking forward to graduation. Half of the council is graduating, including one of the valedictorians, Senator Advocate Pond, Nathaniel Pond.
Oh, wow.
So he's one of the valedictorians, and that's literally all we have.
So this is Bridget's last board meeting with us, and then she's going off to LSU.
Yes.
And we're very happy for her and excited. I was privileged to write a letter of recommendation for her on her application, so I feel like I'm going with you.
They still let her in?
They did, but we have a little gift, so if you would come over here. And I'm going to have our board president present it to you on behalf of the board, and thank you for your work.
Appreciate it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
I don't know. I'm guessing.
You're going to have to open that
I
up.
told Michelle, bring the box of chocolates to the back. She didn't do it, so it's still full.
Yeah, you really want to read the card because there is something in there.
Read the card.
But what I mean is open it up.
All right. Ooh, Tarjay, you know me well. The achievement you've earned, the goal you've reached, the knowledge you've gained, that's a lot to be proud of. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so the next I have, let's see. So the COVID update. For residents over 18 years old in San Bernardino County, about 54% are now vaccinated with at least one dose. Desert Valley Hospital and VVC vaccination clinic ended during the last week of May, and together we administered over 2,500 vaccines. We expected this number to be higher, but our clinic rolled out at the same time that Walgreens, CVS, and other businesses also started vaccinations. And so that's no longer happening, right? We're not vaccinating any longer. That's my understanding. And then, Cal OSHA is in the process of voting on new emergency temporary standards. In fact, they're meeting tomorrow. That will be implemented no later than June 15th. The emergency temporary standards has passed the first vote, but is waiting a final approval. And the VVC's emergency task force is currently in the process of rolling out new ETS if approved by OSHA board. So that's our governing body that dictates what we have to do here at the college. So the board will get copies of the emails that we send out to the college notifying them of any changes as to our practices here on campus. There's a special meeting on Thursday of this week, special call board meeting in the Student Activity Center, both an open and a closed session. Primary purpose of the open session is the board to do its annual self-evaluation. You all have a graduation handout at your desk. The notes say that, so I'm assuming you have it. And your regalia will be at the event, so you can pick it up there. The Leadership Big Bear Retreat with the ASB is Thursday, July the 8th through Saturday, July the 10th. So please coordinate your time to attend that retreat with the students with Robert Sewell. Now, the President's Leadership Team also goes up there, and we have breakfast with them on Friday morning, and we have a session for a little bit with them after breakfast. But then we break out into our own sessions of development, professional development in the room across the hall from them, and we're there Friday afternoon and Saturday morning. So I would like to invite any trustee who would be willing to stick their head in and watch just sit in for a little bit of our professional development activity, which is around the entrepreneurial mindset. And that is getting our leadership team to come to work as entrepreneurs about how we make this place better, to take ownership of it and of their work and become creative in their work. And you have a choice. You can come as an employee, clock in, clock out, and go to the bank with your paycheck, or you can come to work as an entrepreneur. And this is all about that. And we have a national leader in that area who's going to be our guest speaker for the event. So if you have time to come in and just sit down and listen for a little bit, I think you'll be excited to do that.
What time will he be speaking, or she be speaking?
It is a he, and the sessions that he's doing are from 1 to 5 on Friday and from 9 to 12 on Saturday.
Now, will they be speaking the entire time, or is it gives?
He'll be conducting his workshop.
Okay.
So he'll be speaking, conducting activities with the...
So I could slide in there an hour
Yes,
before
absolutely.
I get up there? Okay.
Yes, please do. So I'm inviting each of the trustees, if you come up, and what, first of all, you want to spend time with the students. But if you have time, then come over and see us across the hall.
Well, is there any trustee not going to make it this year?
Oh, I took my vacation time and I am going for the
Good.
whole thing.
Everybody at this
Good.
point is intending to go out
Good.
and leave.
Good.
Yeah.
Vacation, you get vacations out there?
And that concludes my report. Thank you. Unless you have questions.
Questions? Nope. All right. All right, we have a comment from Academic Senate.
So good evening, Board of Trustees, President Wood, and Dr. Walden. I do have a slide deck, I believe. Interesting enough, we've all heard quite a bit about the changes that are happening in the high desert, and faculty are embodying that change. Next slide. Next slide, please. So a quote by Alice Walker, "We are the ones we have been waiting for." So as we left this year, Academic Senate, with a number of things on the agenda, from Caring Campus to Aspen Congress to RAM coaching, the Entrepreneurship Pledge, you name it, faculty has been committed to make this a better institution. So we are the ones that we've been waiting for. Next slide. Some of the things that I highlighted, or would like to highlight, is that we were really energized by the fact that the classified staff and management were coming back on May 10th. It also gave us that home and that ownership because, of course, COVID has wreaked havoc on all of us in some positive ways, but more negative. Some of the things that we've done this year, in particular, we submitted our ACC-JC report that looked at student success, the use of instructional delivery methods. Dr. Ingleson was dancing a little bit earlier because of our commitment into the use of Canvas as our primary learning management system. Systems and process improvements. Of course, our financial position is going to help us a lot there in terms of flex classrooms and other instructional types of items. And then institutional climate. We're very, very proud of the work that we've done as faculty, with our administrators, of course, and staff, to make Victor Valley, what it is and what it, moreover, pushing it to what it can be. Academic Senate has approved various, probably 17 to 18 different APs this year. Of course, we approved a strategic enrollment management plan alongside the Ed Master Plan, and quite a few of us, as you heard earlier from Dr. Brad Stevens, our RAM coaches, has ramped up, thanks to Dr. Patricia Ellerson. She's done a wonderful job bringing us into the fold there. And then more importantly, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Again, we are focused on bettering our equity concerns for our minoritized students, but moreover, students as a whole. Next slide. One of the things that I just continue to preach this year, especially in the difficult times, is that together, everyone achieves more. We also looked at, and I developed, a mindset of what the heck, as we do our work, we want to make sure that we're heard, that we're empowered, that we're collaborative, but more importantly, that we're knowledge-driven. Next slide. We're looking forward to the graduation on the 14th. Again, being in COVID last year, we were unable to experience the graduation. I was at a graduation this past Friday, I believe it was, for our continuing ed, and it was just so humbling, but so empowering to see students getting their high school diploma and being recognized. Students of all ages, so really excited to see our students. And I was totally in applaud of Dr. Walden's, our 1,800 students. Wow, I mean, that's a major achievement. Of course, Dr. Ingleson is going to be heading or shall I say leading a institutional all-college day on the 29th of July. Faculty is going to be involved in. And I'm really excited about the development of the high flex classes. Again, I think that innovation is the key to growth. Of course, we're emphasizing, as we're doing our planning as department chairs, we're emphasizing 4 primary terms. The goal here is to get students out of Victor Valley College and into the workforce, within 2 years, if possible. And also, Academic Senate is going to be undergoing some Brown Act training and getting ready for new leadership to be voted in spring. Next slide. This timeline basically kind of highlights some of the things that we've done. The green items are things that we've achieved. I won't go over them in detail. The white items are things that we still need to do. So we set out a plan every year. We set a goal as the Board of Trustees sets the goal for the college. Academic Senate does the same. And I could say by the colors that we're doing okay. Next slide. Just want to leave you with, we don't develop courage by being happy every day. We develop it by surviving difficult times and challenging adversity. So I'm really excited to be a part of this institution for 27 years and hopefully as many more as I can. But moreover, I'm excited about the leadership and this board. And I think I echo that for our faculty on campus. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to just comment that when Henry came on this year to be Academic Senate President, I met with him and I said, you know, we really need the Senate to do a lot of work this year. We have a bunch of APs that are dependent upon the Senate that are legally required. And he said, we'll get them done. And then I said, we need the Senate to finish this educational master plan and get it on my desk so I can get it to the board. And he got that done. He and his colleagues in the Senate, but with this leadership. Then we needed them to give input for the strategic enrollment management plan, and they got that done. And then I said, look, I have to have a hiring prioritization process on my desk, so because we're going to need to hire faculty in the 22-23 year, in the 21-22 year. And so he said, I'll get it to you before school's out. And he did deliver that. He and Dr. Scott and myself did a working meeting on that document, and I asked him to please take it back to the Senate, and we're just correcting a few things, adjusting the timeline a little bit. And I just want to say, Henry, thank you for getting all that done. That is amazing for your first year as Senate President to do all that work. And he sits on about 43 committees.
Dr. Walton, I can't say this enough. For some of us who have seen a huge change in the leadership of the Academic Senate, I mean, I saw it with Lee, and then now with Dr. Young coming on in, it's real nice to see it. You know what? When people get along like what you're talking about, you know, in our world we have to get along or we don't make money. That's kind of how. But your thing about working together, it's real basic, and you can see how you guys are all working together, and that's where the change is, and the attitude. You feel it at the board meetings.
Excellent job. You should probably quit answering your phone when Dan calls. Make your
Yeah,
life a lot
nice looking
easier.
suit. Nice looking suit tonight.
All right. Anything from the CTA? 3, 2, 1. And CSEA? And AFT part-time? And we know the management never misses an opportunity. They're always here. The only group that loves us still.
Good evening. My name is Amy Issel. I'm the Director of Tutoring and Academic Support. I do not have a beautiful slide deck like Dr. Young, unfortunately. We would like to preemptively congratulate Dean Jacqueline Augustine Carrera, who is up for approval for her position as Dean of Humanities.
And she's hiding in the back row.
Last month, our campus completed the district's reintegration plan and COVID-19 prevention program. Topics ranging coronavirus awareness, cleaning and disinfecting, managing stress, and the basics of vaccines. Multiple campus constituencies attended 30-minute learning sessions provided by Marcy Drummond on PowerPoint tips and forms. The Child Development Center Director attended a 3-day early intervention training with West Ed, and this training provided ways to identify trauma amongst students, children, and families. The CDC, or Child Development Center, I should say, has been provided with resources on how to respond to children and their families who are having adverse experiences. The Child Development Director also participated in an outdoor nature explore curriculum. Our Child Development team participated in an ECE advisory meeting, and during this meeting they were provided updates to committee members and presented a plan for the 210 curriculum, or practicum class, excuse me, that the California Mentor program will no longer be in place, so students will be in this high-quality training sites. Director Frank Castaños participated in a training hosted by the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners, and this information directly relates to our construction tech, solar students, both on the main campus and our partner correctional facilities. And the training highlighted updates to the new website to make administrative duties more efficient. Director Larry McLaughlin attended the Chancellor's Office webinar. Many of us attended the May Revise budget meeting as well through the Chancellor's Office. And Director McLaughlin also attended the San Diego webinar on logistics and supply chain occupations. Lots of things are going on in the management team, and thank you so much for all that the board and it does for us as well. Have a good evening.
Keep up the good work. All right, moving on to consent agenda. We already have 2 items pulled. Those were pulled, put down to action, but
Michelle, I don't see them in the action.
I don't think she can update it on the fly, can she?
It changes it to where they can vote on it separately, but it doesn't move it on the agenda, so it's still in the consent.
Also, we'll come back to them and vote?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have
So
to
it's
come
like
back
it's,
to them.
All
so
right,
it's
then.
like it's part of consent that was pulled. All right.
So you need a motion?
Well, is there any other items to be pulled? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? Second. Motion by trustee Tarpley, motion by Brady, second by Tarpley, and student advisory vote.
Yay.
All right, now the other one will they come up automatically, or do we select them out of the list?
At 6.49, you'll have to go select it.
Do we select them?
Yeah, you'll have to scroll down to 6.49, that's the first one,
Right.
and
There.
then select that.
All right, so I
We're
presume
waiting
when
for
we,
one vote,
what's that? Oh, we're still waiting?
waiting for one vote.
Who is it? Sell them out.
No, it's not on my screen.
Who are you waiting for?
Trustee Brady?
But it hasn't shown on my screen.
He doesn't want to vote.
Do you want to take it for him?
No, it does.
There it goes.
Okay, we're good.
All right, now on to 6.49. So this will show as a pulled from consent. It truly should have been on action. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Brady. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student advisory vote.
Yay.
And what was the next number?
6.52.
5.
2.
2. Ooh. All right, 6.52. Did you get them all, Michelle? All right. 6.52 VVCFA Memorandum of Understanding for Remote Work Stipend. Is there a motion? Motion by Henderson.
Second.
Second by, I think I heard Pinkerton?
Yep.
All right, motion by Henderson, second by Pinkerton. Is there any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
So while you're collecting your votes, I just want to say that we were, and I want to commend Monica and her team of negotiators, along with Randy Erickson. They were able to get reintegration agreements in place, MOUs, with all 3 unions. We were able to settle the elimination of the graveyard shift on custodians. So that's now settled, and they've dropped their PERB case against us on that. And I don't know, what else would you like to celebrate, Monica? Wow, how does that feel?
Nice.
That's not something you ever want to tell anybody.
Right.
You know that's fleeting.
Well, we're going into negotiation years, so there'll be a lot of work.
Henry, if you need help, call Monica. She doesn't have anything to do.
Hey, Monica, in our office, there's a joke that one person in 32 years said they were caught up, and nobody's ever said that again.
She said almost.
Almost,
But
almost.
Yeah, it's an
All right,
inside joke.
any public comment related to action agenda?
No.
None, okay. We already handled 8.1, which is separate approval of the items pulled. 8.2, second read and approval of Board Policy 3720 regarding the network. I think everybody's read it. Do we need to read it out loud? Everybody's read it? Anybody have any comments, questions, concerns? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion
Second.
by,
Second.
motion by Tarpley, second by Brady. And any discussion? Hearing none, student advisory vote?
Yay.
You're stoked? Are you good? Okay. 9.1, foundation donations. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. And any discussion?
I think, did Shannon say there was 346,000?
I think she did.
And that-
She's not here now.
So Doc, I couldn't find it on
So
my
January
agenda.
through March.
Yeah, okay, but you said we could take a look at at that income. I'll just make I'll make a request. I'm curious. I think it's a great number.
It's attached to the agenda. I'm looking at it right now.
Did you hear him?
What?
It's attached. Hit the button on the agenda.
Mine
The little
hasn't
beeper?
popped up yet.
No, not to vote. So
The
hit the item,
attachment.
Oh,
the
yeah.
9.1 item, then in the block on the right-hand side, there's a little gray block that says 3.31.21 expenditures.pdf, and then you hit that, and then that'll pop it up. It's all the background
Yeah,
information.
346.
All right, and any other discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
All right, 10.1, reimbursement revolving cash fund for fraudulent charge. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Henderson. Is there any discussion?
Well, maybe a public explanation,
Yeah.
Right, I
because
think
we are in a public meeting.
we all know what's going on, but everybody out there doesn't.
Correct. So, is John going to leave? John, could you step to the microphone?
Okay, so we have a revolving, can you hear me?
Yep.
We have a revolving fund account with Citizens Bank. So when the check was issued, we have about a 24-hour period to review the check's disbursement log. And so during COVID, the log was not checked until the second day. The fraudulent, appeared fraudulent charge to Charter Communications. We notified the bank, the fiscal, Debbie DaCosta, Fiscal Services, notified the bank. They said, well, you can't cancel the transaction. It's past the 24-hour period. So we had to file a dispute with the bank. The bank did a review and investigation of the charge and said that they wouldn't reverse it. So we're closing out the books now for the previous year. That's why we've asked the county twice. So they basically have told us we have to go to the board to get authorization to clear this account. And we're trying to close the books for June 30. So we're here requesting that the board authorize this charge to be cleared out of the revolving account.
It was $154.46.
Correct.
Any
so-
closer to who did it?
Huh?
Anybody?
No, they wouldn't. We never went to Charter itself. The bank went to Charter Communications
The bank went
for the transaction, and they didn't give us the information on any of the account holders. So,
And I think, just for some more clarification, this is something that we deal with in my industry. It's a scheme called check washing. So a perpetrator goes around to mailboxes, steals the mail out of the mailbox, and if they find a check, they go and literally wash the check to erase. You know, if I wrote John a check, I write it out to John, $50, happy birthday. Then, you know, somebody comes along and gets in the mailbox, probably Monica, gets in that mailbox, she steals John's check, she washes John's name off, and then washes off the amount and rewrites the check to whoever she wants to write it to. Art's feeling left out, so she writes it to Art for $100 and writes happy birthday to him, and then the check goes through the bank. It's a legitimate check, so it clears the bank, but the payee has been washed. It's really hard to track. Spectrum maybe could track it, but they probably couldn't even track it, I'll bet, because they just show the payment made to them, and so it's called check washing.
So yeah, the speculation
actually
is that this is a time when, this was the week in the period of time that we sent out all the refunds for the parking to the students. Because of COVID, we gave them back their parking funds, and so this was very likely one of those checks, and that's probably what happened. Now, we put in a stopgap measure to keep this from happening in the future. Can you explain that, John?
Subsequently, we converted the account to what is called a positive pay account. So now our staff verify, and we use it on our financial aid accounts. We have multiple accounts at Citizens Bank. So positive pay has to be verified by our staff, but when they come into the bank. It's costed a little bit more in bank charges, but we would be able to grab this check and cancel it before it was paid out by the bank. So we've converted this account. It had never happened in this account, so we converted it to a positive pay account like we carry all of our student financial aid accounts. So it won't happen again.
Thank you.
I think that's all we can ask for.
Right.
I mean, it's $150, lesson learned.
Yep. Any other discussion? Was there a motion in a second?
Yes.
I think there was. Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody have any questions of John or Dan, or anybody want a lesson on how to wash checks?
Yeah.
Student advisory vote?
Yay.
It happens all the time. All right, 10.2, the bid award project F-760 SAC Cafe, the COVID upgrades. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Is there any discussion? And student advisory vote?
Yay.
And 10.3, agreement with Open Group. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Any discussion? And student advisory vote?
Yay.
Both this one and the one next to it is FF&E for buildings 50, 52, and 55.
And 10.4, purchase agreement with Open Group. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion Brady, second Henderson. Am I going too fast, Michelle? Motion Brady, second Henderson. All right. Any discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
And 10.5, statewide association of community colleges, S.
Waiting for one vote?
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh, it was me. Sorry, I'm taking notes. Like a dork.
Hurry up.
Okay, we're good.
10.5, Statewide Association of Community Colleges, SWACC Joint Power Authority. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Whoa, this is a popular one.
Second.
Motion Henderson, second Brady.
No, it's fine. I don't care.
You guys
This
all,
is our-
all three went at the same time. Y'all popped up.
Is this liability insurance? Is that what this is?
This is property and liability, yes.
Property and liability.
You'll see it increased about 67,000 over last year. Our cyber insurance actually doubled from about 10,000 to 20. Plus, if you're not reading the papers, ransomware is kind of the thing now. So the group, SWAC, which is made up of probably 70% of the community colleges in California are members in that JPA. So cyber was very tough to go out and get. Nobody's writing it because of the ransomware. In fact, we have a $5 million policy last year that did not have a limit on how much ransom districts would pay, and there are a couple of districts in our group that paid significant ransoms last year. So this year, we got the same coverage, $5 million, but we're limited on the amount of ransom that our carrier will pay. It's $500,000.
Right.
So if we get ransomware attacked and they want more than $500,000 and we agree to it, the district has to pay everything above $500,000. So, and plus there was a checklist of security items that were required, which we meet. So, and you'll see in the next item is workers' comp insurance. We've gotten our better modification factor. We're doing a little better on that side, so it's almost a wash. We got less, we're paying less in workers' comp, but we're paying more in property and liability. This was the toughest property year that they've had probably in 15 or 20 years. COVID, the fires all over the place. There's a couple schools that were burnt down in California. So it's been really tough. And worldwide disasters have been tearing up the insurance market. So it was a really hard market, but luckily we had some safeguards. We had some guaranteed rates for 3 years that really saved us. Otherwise, you'd see some really big numbers. But I think overall, I think we've really benefited from our association with these two JPAs.
Any further discussion or question?
So this one is our property and liability, and then there's the student insurance, which is next, and then our the big one is our workers' comp, which is 10.7.
Right. Comment, question? No? Student advisory?
Yay.
Ten point six, student insurance renewal. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion Brady, second Henderson. Any discussion? And student advisory vote?
Yay.
And 10.7, protected insurance program for schools, the workman's comp we just spoke about. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion Brady, second Henderson. Any further discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
It's like the voting's like slow tonight. It's slow to come up. I'm sitting here going like, come on. 10.8, 2021, 2022 tentative budget. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion Brady, second Henderson. Any discussion? I think we had a good presentation that covered everything. Student advisory vote?
Yay.
I would just say this as part of the discussion. I think that the numbers give people a feeling that we're just swimming in cash.
Yeah.
And I think it is a really, really, really bad. The sense I've got is, God, I mean, you know, we've just got so much money, we don't know what to do with it, and I think things will change.
Well, I'm gonna have to report what it is,
No, I
so.
understand.
There's a lot of COVID money out there that's limited on what we can spend it on. It's got spending restrictions and
You know, the
time
nice thing is that
restrictions.
our country's all going to pay for it, and in 2 or 3 years, people will be complaining and saying, you know what, we had this free ride. You told us one night about free, and anytime I see the word free, I think
It ain't free.
exactly about your daughter's car. I'm telling you.
It ain't free.
See, it actually, so we're going to pay a price for this. It hasn't hit yet, but when it does, people are going to say,
And
all
you know,
that
the
free stuff was,
the 12% you saw.
Not so free.
no,
The 12% you saw in the
cars clean.
fund balance ending, the average community college our size, district our size, has about 17%. So we're way below. In fact, I would say the board should think about over time getting us to that mid-range at least. And the way to do that is the 5% that you have as board in a couple of years, or maybe even next year, up that to 12%. And keep it going until you get it eventually to 17%. And I think that's in the best long-term fiscal interest of the district.
And I would say this, Dr. Walden, because I've sang this tune so long that people got tired of it. Many years ago, and some of you have heard this story, when I went out to meet with Ted Baca, who I knew Ted in a different vein, but we had lunch one day at the Alice Spurs, and we were talking about college business. And I said to him, because the college here was going through some real challenging fiscal times, and we had to have some board policies to step up, and I think our reserves were 5-6% at the time. I absolutely concur with you, but at the end of the day, it has to be the strong willingness of the board to take the hit from those people out on the campus that say, wait a minute, you can't do that. And I remember looking in Ted Baca's eyes, and I said to him, so what's your reserve? He looked at me, I thought he was going to come across the table, and he goes, it's 15%, it's not negotiable. He pointed his finger at me, and he goes, it's not negotiable. And I've never forgotten that, because the board stood behind the president superintendent to be sure that they did have the money. And you know, I hope 10 years from now that if, you know, none of us are still on this board, that the board doesn't change to where they just keep writing checks, because they'll put us back in the same position we were.
I mean, I have 10 years in me. I'm just saying.
I hope so.
Look at me. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at me.
No, but you know what, it really starts at our level.
No.
And when I got here, it was just an open checkbook, and you could not stop it, nor could you figure out where the orders were coming from to spend it. You couldn't figure it out.
So this is the second year in a row now where there has been a balanced budget without using any extraneous funds for the general fund. So that's, and remember last year was the first year in which we had looked back, what, 10, 20 years, John? Something like that. And so last year was the first year the college did that in all that time. And now we've come back a second year. So thanks to the board for your backing, and it's going well. So let's keep it going.
And thanks, I think, Dr. Walden, to you and your staff, and thanks that the GIC is gone. You know, the GIC it was a great investment, but to have that around, everybody just thought it was just.
Well, it's you might have seen it's still here.
Well, yeah, but it's not.
But it's all
committed.
Going to be spent. Yes, it's
Yeah.
all committed.
Yeah. We were sure of that a couple of years ago. I think that we made a policy to be sure it was going to be spent in a certain way.
Yep. All right. Did we vote on that?
No.
All right. Student advisory.
Yay.
Oh, it was
Oh,
me.
okay.
I was waiting for the student advisory.
Mine
vote.
didn't. Oh, did I vote?
No,
It was
mine
me.
just
It was
popped
me.
up.
Oh,
Purposefully.
wow, she admitted it. Good.
Heck yeah, I'll always admit it.
So do
I was
All
waiting for
right.
Bridget's vote. I wanted to
She-
hear the student advisory vote.
Well, she gave her student advisory vote,
Well,
right?
I didn't
as-
hear it,
Right as
because there was a
Joe
lot of talking.
was going.
Are you saying that I was over talking?
I might be looking right at you, Joe. I might.
That's right.
All right, 11.1, we have to open a public hearing on the successor contract between the district and CSEA. So we will, at this time, declare the public hearing open. And we have somebody at the microphone. Ma'am, what would you like to say?
She's like, I'm just here cleaning.
Nope,
She's a management employee.
nope, you stepped up. It's public comment time. Nobody ever says anything. You got to say something. All right, public hearing, and we can, everybody's sure. All right, so we can close the public hearing,
And then no action taken.
then we will take no action. 11.2, non-classified short-term employees, is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion Brady, second Henderson. Is there any discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
It's super slow. There it is.
Eleven point three, AFT part-time faculty collect, oh, what happened? Blah, blah, blah. Collective bargaining agreement, the closing reopeners. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Henderson. Any discussion? What?
I thought it was Sharon.
Was it, did I get it right?
I guess.
Second by Henderson or second by,
She can say second if she wants to.
motion by Tarpley, second by Pinkerton?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes? Sorry? You and Dennis sound so much alike.
Rude.
She's gonna let it go. All right.
Say second. Okay.
Nope, she
I'll do it for you,
seconded.
don't
Yeah, yeah.
No big deal.
Be nice.
Oh, I was looking for a little backlash there. Any,
It's Sharon. She's
I know, any comment, discussion?
Be nice to Sharon.
Be nice to Sharon, that's the comment. Okay. Sorry, Sharon.
I'm gonna get him.
And student advisory vote?
Yay.
This thing is really slow tonight.
Maybe we need a new computer.
Tim, we need new Wi-Fi. This is, Tim's like, why is this
need to
my
buy the
fault?
thing
Because
that-
everything's
yeah.
your fault, Tim. If it plugs in, it's your fault.
No.
If it works well, it's your fault. If it works slow, it's your fault. 11.4, approval of academic equivalency for John Boulanger.
Motion.
Motion by Brady, second by
There you
Henderson.
go.
Any discussion? Student advisory.
Yay.
New 11.5, am I ahead of you, Michelle? Are you okay? 11.5, new management job description and salary placement for Director of Instruction. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second
This was the
by,
position that Todd was referring to earlier that would oversee and build the non-credit instructional program. And so, you know, we were bringing in 1,300 FTS a year on this at my last institution.
Let's do that.
We were bringing a profit of about $6 to $7 million
Let's do that.
to the college after we paid the instruction.
Let's do it.
So that's what we're looking to do here.
beautiful.
You call it a profit in the public sector?
Well, in other words, it went toward the other expenses at the college, but, yeah.
There's a
No,
private sector guy
excess,
calling out.
John says excess revenue.
Exactly.
That
Yeah,
doesn't-
John, you're not
that-
supposed to say, profit.
It doesn't stay excess for long, though, does it? 11.5, okay, so any other comment? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
And 11.6, academic administrator appointment, Dean of the School of Humanities. Arts and Social Sciences. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
We were fighting for it.
Oh, man, look at that. You're popular.
He was too fast for the first. I wanted to be the first and you to be the second. But you can have it. Give that to Pinkerton.
All right, so,
So this person has been
hang on, don't clap yet. We didn't vote yes yet.
this person has been an interim for 2 years. We went through a national search, literally, and the committee, I think there were about 46 or so applicants, and the committee chose this person.
Who's putting that up? Wait, we might vote no.
She's got a guy. She's got a guy.
Take the balloons down until we vote. Who's doing that? There we go. See, she's a little full of herself. I think we better vote no. I'm just saying, like, she's feeling like she's got it in the bag. Leave my car
Student
alone.
advisory vote? Did we say it?
Any discussion? No. And student advisory vote.
Yay.
Stop. Oh, I got to vote.
Here it comes. 5 noes. Oh, she made it.
Unanimous.
I was so surprised at the vote.
You're so dramatic.
Somebody voted yes for me. Congratulations. If we didn't know you and love you, I wouldn't talk a bunch of crap from up here.
That's true.
And leave my car alone. Oh, okay, now we're going to have to go on break. We're going to the parking lot now. You can't be talking about the boat. All right, 11.7. New management, job description, and salary placement for Director of Inmate Education.
This is a good one.
This is actually a good
it's
program, really good program. If we can find people that can get in to do it, it's hard to find instructors that can get in to do it.
Yeah.
Well, this is not that. This is a correspondence with the prisons.
Oh, okay.
We believe there's colleges all over the state getting millions of dollars from correspondence education from the inmates. We believe that Victor Valley College is leaving millions literally on the table with all the prisons around us. And so this is a full-time person to get out there and get in those prisons and get this correspondence education program going. So we have instructors, but they won't have to go out to the prison. They'll deal with correspondence.
That's perfect.
Perfect.
We have to write a substantive change policy and file it with ACCJC in order to do this, but we will get it done.
Nice. All right, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley and second by Pinkerton. And any further discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
Slow.
It is really
It's really slow.
slower than me.
Right. 11.8, new management job description and salary placement for call center supervisor.
Motion.
Motion by
Ooh, I
Henderson,
like
second by Brady.
So the new call center is going to be called the Connect Digit 2 Success. All one word, Connect to Success. It will be staffed from 7:30 in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Anybody calling the college will be able to talk to a live person. You can punch in an extension when you first get in. After that, you go straight to the call center. They open a ticket on that call, and that ticket is handled and closed once that the call has been satisfied. And we're running analytics on this. I will be getting reports every month on it. It's also, the people working in this call center will also be answering emails, so it's one phone number, 1 email to the college.
Nice.
And we service them Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue, best of the best treatment. And you can call and see if you're going to get that treatment. Act like you're someone else and tell me if you don't get that treatment, because we will. We're going to be constantly monitoring this work and put the very best public face people there in that call center that want to be part of this. And we're very excited about it. So there'll be 2 of these people hired, 2 supervisors that will oversee a cadre of people that will do the calls.
Nice. Any further discussion or question? Sounds like an
This will
excellent.
make you an Aspen College, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this sounds like an excellent program. I think
If
the
you can get
students are
people
going to love
thinking
it.
like they do at Nordstrom's, you bet it will be.
And student advisory vote.
Yay.
.1 curriculum changes.
I wanted to mention that the HERF funds are going to help us get this going, and then we will institutionalize it
There's some of
later.
that COVID money.
Good call.
Excellent.
Curriculum changes. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley. And any discussion? It's a no? It's a
No,
common.
Not this time.
This is normally the one that spurs the student trustee, but no student trustee comments. All right, anybody else? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
And 12.2, institutional service agreement between Victor Valley College District and Farm Workers Institute of Education and Leadership Development. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion Tarpley, second Brady.
So what this is an ISA, like we have one with the fire department here in Victorville and a few others like this. So it's an instructor special agreement where they, and this company in this case, will use our curriculum approved by our academic senate and the college and the board, and hire people to teach that meet our minimum qualifications. We receive the FTS, and then we pay them the agreed upon amount for the instructors. This, on the low side, will bring in an income to the college of about, after paying what we would owe this Field Institute, about $400,000 to $500,000 per year increase in revenue to the district.
Nice. Sounds like another good program. Any further comment?
Did I misrepresent that, Dr. Scott? Did I miss anything? I did it right?
Sounds like you've been practicing that a while.
I know. It's,
Yeah.
I like that time.
Get that down to a science.
is he mean to you? Is he mean to you when we're not around? Yes, sir. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought. Student advisory vote.
Yay.
All right, all the way down to 19.1, the quarterly financial status report for the third quarter ending March 31st, 2021. Is there a motion?
This whole section
Nope,
is just
discussion. Sorry.
information discussion.
My bad. I was so excited to be so far down.
I know.
Any discussion on this item? All right, 19.2 has been pushed already to next month. 19.3, first read on the board policy 3570, the district smoking policy. Do we need to read it?
No.
Everybody's read it, all right. And any discussion on this or input? All right.
It's been vetted.
There we go. 19.4, discussion, expanding current number of VVC Board of Trustee members. So wait, before we get in, this is probably going to take a minute, I imagine, right? Are we going to have a discussion here, or should we take a break real quick?
You know, I don't know if now's the time to even discuss it. We don't have the demographic numbers. So we're sitting here talking about what if.
Right, motion to
Well,
motion to
I'd
table.
it's just you don't need to do anything, it's just a discussion item.
Oh.
What you said, what was sent to me by our general counsel is that when you were going through the, when you were setting up your areas in 2017, the demographer did that work for 5 areas, and you, in the discussion, you said you would discuss it at the time to do the 2020 census. What is now that time, there's an action agenda after this to retain the same firm that did the your one last time. It's the same people. And we told them that you would be discussing the 7. Their comment to us was they do not recommend you going to 7 districts or 7 areas because the population areas are so small, you would be really spitting the atom, in their words. And so they said, we will do it if the board directs us to do it, but we would not advise it. So that was a comment from them. The board president asked me to do some data, so I did, and bring it to this discussion. So in the Inland Empire and the High Desert, every college, every single college district has 5 trustees, except for Palo Verde, which is out by Arizona. And they had 5 for years. I called that president to see what happened. And he said, well, we had 5 trustees forever. He said, and then we decided to annex into our district Needles in order to have a site there. And so that took us into a different county. So we needed 2 representatives for San Bernardino County because we had always been just in Riverside. So then, so all the colleges down the hill, those up the hill, Antelope Valley, all of them have 5. Riverside College District has 3 colleges and only has 5 trustees. San Bernardino District has 2 colleges and does have 7. So then the group of sociology of groups says that when you have 5 people, there are 75 possible human interactions. If you put 7 people in a room talking about something, that jumps to 441 possible human interactions. So the idea there is that it takes longer to get things done. I think that's the only data I think I gave you everything you asked for.
Right. I appreciate that. I did ask Dr. Walden to come up. What I was curious to see was would it be usual or unusual for us to be 5 or 7? Basically, what is everybody else doing that is similar to us? And so I think that very much answered the question. Also, we have the recommendation from the demographers, so.
Well, I would say this, President Wood, I'd like to have the demographer, online or here making a presentation. I would tell you that there's 115 colleges. I think we're looking at stuff in the Inland Empire. If we're going to deliver to the residents and to the voters and those people that were there that night an answer, I think going into this, I kind of get the feeling, well, we shouldn't be looking at 7. Some people don't like it because, it could make things more difficult in future elections. What I do see, and I deal with demographic data all day, okay? I mean, that's all we do. So today when I was on the phone with a major grocery store, all we were talking about was demographics, okay? Yeah. So this is something that we did.
Are we getting to Trader Joe's?
No, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. But
had me all excited there.
No, no, but I will tell you that the demographics have changed substantially. And are we comparing our college that covers a little bit over 2,010 square miles? Our district here covers like 1,999.6, and then we have that little wedge up there in Wrightwood, okay? But we only have 475,000 people here, but in our district, we have like, I think it's we have 475,000 within our region, but in our voting, it's like 375,000. So rather than us say to the demographer, this is the answer that we want to have, because I want to actually have that discussion, let's look around the state and see how many boards have 7, and did they need it, and why did they go to 7? Was it because of a locale issue or like the needles issue? The needles issue makes a lot of sense. I mean, anybody that's been to Blythe lately, and I drive through it pretty frequently, it's hard to believe that you'd have 7, but now you understand where the needles thing comes. So, you know, we were very clear that night. We had some, you know, Mr. Rhodes, who's no longer here and passed away, was very clear, and out of respect to him and to the people that he was with, I really want to see this thing fully vetted out. If it comes out to it's 5, it's 5. If it's 7, it's 7. You know, my district's up for re-election. I don't care how you split it. I mean, if you cut it down even more, you add one more seat, it just reduces the cost. That's what I look at. So I really think that, looking at the explosive,
it reduces the cost to the candidate, but it drastically increases the cost to the college.
well, the question is, how much does it drastically increase? So I guess going back to the premise, with the demographics changing and some people believing that we are not as diverse on this board as we should be. I mean, you know,
Well, that's why we went into districts.
What's that?
That's why we went into districts.
Well, yeah, and people had the
That's what
ability
that was
to
the
vote.
argument.
Well, yeah. And
How much more diverse can we be?
Dennis, look at the national papers tomorrow. I mean, look at every single paper you pick up, there's something about the diversity and the balance.
I know, but still.
It's constant. But our job is to have the demographer come down and say, okay, here's what the numbers look like. And until we get those numbers for what 2020 really looks like, and I personally don't believe that the numbers are going to come out totally correct, because I don't think a lot of people participated like they should.
We had 2 people run last time. Nobody ran against them.
Yeah, which is either a good sign or you know, people just don't want to get.
COVID.
Yeah, if you make
I
it
mean,
smaller.
Yeah, I mean, some people believe it's COVID. I
I'd
mean,
be living in one block, and at the end of the block, I'm by myself out here. You know, you make it small enough.
yeah.
I mean, there's only, 17 or 18,000 people voting in each demographic now.
Yeah, the only thing I'm asking for is to bring the consultant down, let's have an open conversation, let's look at the numbers, and ask him. I mean, you can tell him this, Dr. Wall, I'm going to ask him. I deal with this stuff all day long. I don't deal in the political stuff, but we deal in demographics. How many other colleges are like us with an area that we cover? 2,000 square miles is actually a lot, but we have a small amount of registered voters. I gave the border, I sent over to you, Dr. Walden, I think I said to everybody, you know, I mean, I was kind of playing with the numbers. It's kind of interesting how many people have increased in the political perspective. I was kind of curious.
If you want them to do, so they're going to charge you $33,000 just to do your standard one that you need done, that the law requires every time there's a national census that you have the demographer do a districting analysis, and if the lines need to change or whatever. If you want them to consider 7, then you're going to have to pay them the extra money that will cost, and they'll have to actually do that work, and then come, because they've already told us that they don't advise against it. So, and they said, in fact, one of the reasons they advise, they don't think that in the case that if you had 2 more and only one person runs, then you've got a board of 3 that were elected and then a 4 that were appointed.
Right.
So these were things they said to us. So
no, and listen, I'm not disagreeing.
So what I'm saying is, if you want us to contract with them because the contract that you're going to vote on in a second is just for them to do the redistricting required by law for the 5 areas. If you want them to create 2 new board spots, they'll have to actually do the work And then you could, because they're not going to do all this for free, so they're going to charge you, and then you can vote on, okay, well, this, we didn't like the way 7 looked, so we don't want 7. I mean, that's your option, I
The
think.
last time that we did this, they came and made a presentation. It did not come from the college. I want to come from them. Doctor, I don't want our college to be in a position where we made a decision as a trustee without having the consultant standing right there saying, I am XYZ. He flew down that night. He gave us a presentation. Let him take the heat for telling us why we shouldn't go from 5 to 7 versus having the administration here do that.
Joe, I think that's what he's saying. He talked to him and they advised against it.
Well,
I want it on the
did not
record
talk-
with him doing it.
I did not
How
talk
much
to
more
them,
work do you
no.
want to pu-
No, I want to clarify something. I have not talked to them. Our general counsel
Okay.
talked to them, and they told Jeff Morris this. I said, what did they tell you that I could share with the board? And he told me what I just told you. So if you want something else, I need an action of the board to have me do it.
Is there a chance that he could make a Zoom presentation next month, which takes the burden off of Jeff, takes it off of you, discusses how all these other districts, because every district has to do it this year. Isn't that correct?
So
Yeah,
if
the
that's what you
census.
want, then I guess, if that's what the board wants, you should then table,
We don't have an action item for,
yeah, you do.
we don't. I'm at the end of the agenda,
Where is it, Michelle?
unless I'm missing something.
I'm looking for it, and I think that it didn't end up getting on there tonight.
Yeah, we're at the
So-
end of the agenda here. Next is High Desert Survey, then individual trustees.
Was it,
And-
did it get put in the consent agenda by accident?
No,
What was
Oh,
the
maybe
name-
it did.
What was the name of the company?
anyway.
Oh, it is in the consent agenda,
We already approved it.
because it was a 33,000 that was in my limit, so so
You already voted on it?
Yep.
we did.
I missed it
I
too.
apologize.
Too.
I was looking for it down under board
So-
action items. So I think here's,
Dr. Walton, I want to go on the record that I would like to hear from the consultant on a Zoom. He doesn't have to fly down here like he did before. We've all been through this before. So we can hear, the public can hear, it can be recorded, it's memorialized. Nobody can come back and say that, we cut some backroom deal over the issues that I hear on public on other issues outside of this board. I mean, I haven't heard anything about this board, but I think we have to be sensitive to the issue that is nationally, right in front of us, and you hear on a daily basis. Just have the consultant give a 10-minute overview, and just tell them maybe to,
I'll do whatever the board wants me to do.
so
Yeah, how much more work do you want to pile on to Dr. Walden? Yeah, another 2 more board members?
Dennis, Trustee Henderson, I'm not worried about, this is about how the board goes, and this is how our vote is, to be able to say, if you want to say to the voters out here that you didn't want to hear from that, that's your business. I want to hear from the consultant. I'm an elected trustee. That's my right to ask for. And people out here some days say, why didn't you do that? Well, on July 13th, we had Mr. Schaefer from Sacramento get on here. It's logged, it's memorialized, it's done. Now we've done our job. So this is a sensitive issue.
I think, I agree with you that it's a sensitive issue. First of all, I want to do a little CYA for myself, and my fellow board members will probably jump in on this. You said you don't want this to be some backroom deal. There's no backroom
No,
deal.
but
We're
you know what I
public.
mean.
We're public. We're on the record right now. which
I
is-
take back the backroom
and
deal. That was a wrong
So
word.
we're having an open discussion, and ultimately, we vote on things. That's what we do. That's what we are elected to do. We are elected to make decisions and cast our votes. And so when I cast my vote, I will not be sloughing off my vote casting onto the shoulders of the consultant. I'll be taking responsibility for my vote, whichever way I vote, on every issue, and I'll answer to whoever wants to debate me or discuss it or criticize me or whatever for the way that I voted on any issue.
That's why you're elected.
Right, that's what we're elected to do. So I think we've heard from the consultant, right? And so if we're going to go to the next step to have the consultant actually work up the districts, how they would look for 7 and how they would look for 5, that's going to be, do you know the cost increase, Dan, or?
I'm not suggesting, President Wood, I want to be really clear here. I'm not suggesting that we incur the money for 7.
You're just saying.
What I'm very clear, I mean really clear about is I want to hear from the consultant, not through Jeff Morris, not through Dr. Waldman, not through you, that the consultant believes that this district is not big enough for 7. It could take him 30 seconds to say it over a Zoom call next month. That's it. Real simple.
Why aren't we believing?
I'm trying to take the burden off the college. You know, a conversation between somebody, and let's say somebody comes back and files a lawsuit someday. Jeff Morris is not here. Something's happened to him. I'm being a little bit over. You know what? You guys vote the way you want. I'll vote the way I want. I just think we go that extra little.
Joe, I
mile.
think I need a little bit of history because you mentioned, you know, we've all been here before. I haven't been here before. I know Sharon hasn't been here before. First of all, I don't know what happened the night that you said Mr. Rhodes came and asked for more districts. I don't know what's going on. Can you give me a little bit of history?
During this process, nobody literally showed up.
When was this?
This was back 5 years ago?
6. Oh, it was a while ago.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so.
so let me help lay this whole thing out. After Dr. Wagner came here, he had been here about a year, I think. And he had a visit from a lady by the name of Blanca Gomez.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to put this out so everybody knows it.
I think
And
everybody
she
knows.
came into his office. No, she ultimately was the party that
Right.
filed the lawsuit that none of us knew about. So Dr. Wagner was very smart and never really said who showed up, but just said the college was threatened with a lawsuit to redistrict. And it was from a Hispanic law firm.
To district.
Yeah.
So we used to be at large.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we
we
did.
all just ran.
Right.
And so then
So
we got put
the
into the
discussion
areas.
was, and it was a hard discussion because, you know, when you're going from an at-large to a district, I mean, the lines are going to be drawn and you might not get your favorite deal. Well, so the demographer is brought in and he flies down, because I remember the night he was here, he wanted to catch his flight. We wanted him to be sure to get back to Sacramento.
Open the
And he
sack.
came down and he explained how demographics and demographers work and the data that they pull and how they do it, and then they draw some lines.
Right, I get that.
Yeah,
I understand that part, but
So
what's
then-
the difference? So if we did this 5 years ago, why are we talking about it
Well,
again?
okay, so-
That's
We have
what I
to.
want.
So-
We have to do it
No, I
because the
understand, every
census.
census, I get that part.
But let me
I got
tell you
it.
where
Yeah, yeah.
the important part came. And it was in the SAC. So I think we had, 2 or 3 hearings, and nobody showed up.
Not one person.
And all of a sudden one night, a bunch of people showed up.
Full room.
Led by, there were a lot of people in the room. And they were very vocal about, it was a stage deal, okay?
And it was all about what?
It was all about, we want a 7, they wanted a 7-member board, and we had already had the maps on the wall. We had analyzed them 40 times until Monday, and there was absolutely going to be no more money and no more time spent on this, because at the end of the day, we had a time frame that we had to get
Right.
ready for the election.
Of course.
So we promised them that in 2020, that we would take, in 2021, 2022, we promised them, and I think I was the one that said it, and I was not jumping up and down for joy, but it was important that we said to these people, we promise you that when we come back, we're going to take a look at this. We're going to take a look at it, okay? By taking a look at it, in my mind, having the demographer on a Zoom call in July saying, I've taken a look, my experience is I do demographer deals for 300 colleges across the country, and I've been in California, blah, 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 and there's no way, it doesn't work, it doesn't happen, you don't need more being 5.
They're not going to say that. I'll tell you that they don't care that much. They said they would do the 7 if you want it.
Of course they will, they're getting paid for it.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's not that much more, but it would, if that's what you, oh, here it is. It was 6.73.
Oh.
Foundation for the California Community Colleges Redistricting Partners.
So I think
That's it, yeah, that's
Trustee
how it
Tarpley,
went through, 'cause it said foundation.
I think this to ask, because we could really be here all night long. In my world, my word is all I've got. And we gave our word, And we were very clear. I mean, it was something we kind of looked at and go, whoa, a 7-member board. Well, yeah, sure, it's going to cost. And if you notice back when we were designing the boardroom, I said, will we have enough room for 7 members? Not maybe in 2022, but maybe in 2032, you know?
I guess my thing about this is if Jeff, the person we pay a lot of money to be our counsel, and our esteemed president have relayed information to us, I trust it. And I'm not saying that I blindly trust it, but I trust it. I admire the work that both of those individuals put forth. I admire the work of the individuals in the room, and I would take them at their word as well.
Understand.
And so I think that
and I
it's
wanna
a
go on the
little
record-
bit almost borderline like, oh, that's a little too far to say we need that person to say it instead of them, because
You
they're
know
just
what?
relaying a message.
As a businessman in the region, somebody that's sat up here a long time, I have no problems asking that question. And if it offends somebody, too bad.
And I realize that, but I'm just saying I don't have any reason to not believe what they're telling us. And so if they're saying that the demographer says it's not a good idea,
Understand.
so be it.
I think more than their advice is more about what kind of community do you find yourselves in, and is this something that this area needs? It would be a considerable workload and a diversion of my energies to have 7 instead of 5. There are literally weeks that this board, the attention for this board takes up at least half of my week. So we're talking about 2.5 days. I can count many weeks that that's happened. 7, 2 more would just take up more time and energy and divert me away from the students and from the work of the college. It would increase costs, probably not in any way that would break us, but it would definitely make the board meetings longer. I came from a 7-district board that went to 1 and 2 in the morning sometimes.
Ooh, sweet.
Because you've got 441 interactions. My degree's in sociology, that's where I got this stuff. So right now you have 75. When you put 2 more people in the room, 441 possible human interactions. That's science. So that's the kind of stuff that I think I would encourage the board to weigh all of that stuff even more than you would weigh the words of the demographer, because they're not going to take a strong position. They're not going to tell you you're crazy if you do. They just said, we just don't think it's advisable. That's
Dr.
the
Wald,
most they're going to say.
What I want to be able to do, and go on the record, if the board votes that we're not going to get that chance, at least I've gone on the record. That's all I care, okay? I want to be able to ask the demographer questions about areas our size, demographics our size. We have a very unique demographic now in the high desert region than we did years ago, and we have a very different demographic now than we did statewide. So we have pockets within the state that look very different. If the board votes that we're not going to have this conversation, and I've asked the question, that's all I care about.
So what happened in the past was the demographer said 5 districts, we're going to lay it out on these maps, and you guys picked it.
And
then
they
we
gave
had-
us different maps. They gave us
Right,
different maps.
I saw that.
Okay,
on
hang
my-
on.
But
So
the-
here's what happened. We had to have, because we were going from at-large to districts, we had to have these like open hearings, right?
And nobody came.
And nobody came, and then at the very end, like we had never thought about or talked about or anything 7. The very end, the demographer had already done all the work. All the maps were up, all the different options of how they were going to circle everybody in.
Yeah, I've
It was
seen
all
that.
done, and then a big group showed up, and they were pushing hard to go to 7. I've always
Why? Do they
wondered.
have a reason why?
I was just going to say, I've always wondered what
have a reason
their
why?
motivation was.
What do you know?
Well, I have some ideas about it. So there was a clock ticking, right? Because there was a lawsuit that there was an anonymous lawsuit filed.
About
We
districting,
later
but not
learned
5
it
or
was
7.
Blanca
It was
Gomez
a
from the
vindictive lawsuit. That's what it was. They wanted to change up the voting, and it didn't go the way that they thought it was going to go. That was kind of the whole idea of the suing, was to get somebody kicked out, but it didn't change anything.
Right.
Everything pretty much stayed the same.
Right, and it was supposedly an anonymous lawsuit. It was Blanca Gomez from
And
the
then it
Victorville City
seemed like
Council.
after that, others jumped onto the 7-member after they went, after we went through the whole process with that.
Right, right. I think you were you were
Yeah.
here that night, right? You were
Yeah.
here
Oh, and
in
I
the-
didn't
in
mean
the
to imply
audience.
you haven't been here, I just meant
No, I know.
officially. You
Right, right. No, it was very weird. I mean, for the board members.
Totally caught off guard when we walked
Oh,
in the
yeah.
room.
We'd gone, I mean, and we were making comments saying like, well,
And they wanted
nobody
7.
cares, right?
Yeah,
we
they
didn't get
kinda-
one
it-
And we
person.
didn't have time to
So-
go back and
No.
look at 7.
Evidently,
No, no,
Jeff
we
must
just-
have been here that night because he sent me his notes, and his
love
notes
it.
said that the board said, when it's time to do the 2020, we will, and I'm sorry I didn't bring the email with me, but I believe it says something like this, word for word. We will discuss this at that time.
So that's what
Right.
we're doing now.
So this discussion
Yeah.
is what you.
I
I
would tell
think-
you this,
I
Doctor.
feel like we
Honestly,
so
I
I
think-
would tell you this, I don't remember him there.
Who?
Yeah,
I don't
Jeff was
remember,
there.
I don't remember him there.
I think he
Well,
was.
if he
Because it
wasn't
was
there,
just
he
a
has-
hearing.
If he wasn't there,
Yeah.
he looked up the notes.
Correct.
Because he sent me an actual copy of the notes.
So, I mean, I think.
Because
I
he
just-
would have said something that night in front of every, when he's in the room, he's got that presence, which is,
Well, all I know is I have the official notes from the night.
okay.
My feeling at the time was that they showed up at the last public hearing. It was clearly a group that was kind of organized and everybody was together. Because there was a clock ticking, right? Once the letter goes out in the lawsuit, if you don't do it within so many
Right.
days, then we start having to write them checks.
Sure.
There was 2 law firms at the time that were basically making a living off just running around the state, hitting people with the demand letters.
City of
And then-
Palmdale
Okay,
spent
here
over
it is.
$4.5 million.
I have it, so I believe,
We had to pay 30.
well,
Right, we
I
had
want
to
to
write
give you
it.
what you promised.
We paid $8,000 bucks.
I thought it was 30.
Okay, let's listen to
This
the
was read at the board meeting back in January 2018. And he said, as you can see here, there's a reference that the board will consider going to 7 districts when reviewing the 2020 census. And so here's the statement. At the December 12, 2017, the board voted to give direction for the creation of maps based on 7 voting districts. We were not able to provide the maps given the timing of the holidays, notice requirements for publishing the maps, and the need to complete the process on the subject of converting to voting districts. New census data will be provided following the 2020 census, which the board can consider at that time any necessary adjustments, including converting to a 7-district board of trustees. And they sent that over to Roger. So that's
Right.
That's the notes of the night. So that, I don't know if it was.
So it sounds like the board's kind of moving towards something. Let's call for a vote and
Well, let me, this is the time to do it publicly. I don't want to have to do anything, a phone call later or whatever. I always felt like my suspicion was that they showed up to the last meeting and started razzing about 7 districts or 7 seats in 7 districts because the clock was ticking, and then every day that you go over, you're writing a check, right? Everybody was kind of talking over one another, but the Palmdale number. What did Palmdale have to pay because they were
City of Palmdale paid over $4.5 million bucks.
to the lawyer, right? To the lawyer, and then the person who was you could call him kind of a whistleblower. The person who calls the lawyer and says, hey, here's a place that's not districted, they get like a cut of that money. Well, Palmdale, we already knew at the time that Palmdale was writing this $4 million check to a private lawyer. It's not a fine by the state or anything like that. This is a private lawyer, scumbag lawyers, right? I'm not that kind of lawyer.
It's nice when an attorney calls them scumbags.
So they were literally just running an entire business off running around doing this to different city entities and colleges
Right, I mean,
and
they've
school
done it with
districts.
ADA compliance
Right.
again. I mean, it's a thing.
So my feeling was always that the group showed up, and again, literally not one person at the other meetings leading up, the public hearings. The very last one, this big group shows up, and then they make this demand. we were up in the top of the SAC. I recall the room was like pretty full, and there was no social distancing, obviously, so I don't know how many people were there, but I remember that we all came in and we were all kind of pre-meeting looking around going, wow, like what's going on? What,
Yeah, that was
right?
back when.
Because we had just crickets the whole time. Nothing. So then they made a demand that I think they were making for the sole purpose of creating delay.
To get
Right?
more money. Yeah.
They wanted, like, oh, here, we'll bog them down in our demand to go to 7.
Yeah.
Then they're going to have to order new maps and have the demographer's going to have to start all over from scratch. It's going to delay, and the check,
Keeps
right?
going up, yeah.
And so ultimately, we
But
didn't do it, and we voted, and we went with 5.
Trustee Wood, do you think that there's any connection? Let's be really candid about this. Our college got a letter, all board members got a letter from Blanca Gomez.
Right.
And it was also sent to the Union High School District. And what did it say? We are going to increase voter registration. Okay?
Right.
Real clear.
Right. That was a different.
But that was just recently. Okay?
Right.
That was.
Oh,
and-
the email?
Oh, no, it was a
letter.
Letter, email, or whatever, sent
Right.
out. This issue, I absolutely assure this board is not going to go away. Whether or not we have, charity writing articles in the daily press or whatever, these meetings are live, and you've got people
She
to
won't,
watch.
she left.
She did?
She doesn't work for us anymore.
She didn't? Oh, sorry. But, I mean, this is an issue that I just think we need to be, I just think we need to take that extra step,
Right, and I recall a few meetings ago that we were talking about something, and I said to you at least twice or 3 times, Joe, please make me understand what you're on about. And in that meeting, you didn't do it, but in this meeting, you did. As you were talking, I'm going, oh, okay, I see what he's on about on this one.
When I tell you, I see the numbers that are really changing, and I'll also tell you this. Part of my job is driving this region all the time. And I can tell you that there is a lack of representation, I think, from an ethnicity standpoint on this board, and we need to deal with it. And we
Well,
need to acknowledge it.
We can acknowledge it.
Now,
The
if we
problem is-
acknowledge it and the voters decide not to vote, that's the voters. Then
Right.
the voters can't basically bitch about it.
Right,
But when
and
you
I would-
drive around and you see the changes up here, and it's not just one ethnic group, there's a multiple, 20 years ago, there were no real Korean people lived up here. We have 7,000 live up here now. They are a group of people, and they are a part of a demographic, and they have a very strong chamber. We have to take a look at those. There's a lot more Chinese people, African American, Hispanic. The city of Hesperia, I think, is 48% Hispanic. That's just what the number is. So I really do think that we need to be sensitive and take a look at these numbers before we make any decision. I think we're going to come back to 5, but
Well,
I think
right, the 5 to 7 is one issue, and then what the demographics are a whole other issue.
And what we do as a board to be sure that what we do as a board to ensure today and in the future that those groups are actually represented. It's a complaint you hear
I
across
think
the
that's what
country.
they do, so that's why you have to redo your thing every 10 years, because they have to consider all of that.
Understand.
And so in our service area right now, for the college's service area, so we have this data, we just got it, 51.7% are Hispanic. So, and then I don't have the other numbers with me there on my phone, I can look them up, but, so whatever those demographics are may affect certain areas and where lines are drawn and that kind of stuff. So
Right.
that's what they do in the study. They have to consider all that.
But our board does not reflect that, and that's
No,
what.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Right, which is not.
It's not an issue in the high desert, it's an issue across the country.
Right, I think
But I'll do whatever if you want me to have the guy come, I'll
No,
see
he
if
doesn't
can
have to come. He can just get on a Zoom call, pay him an hourly wage.
It's an issue though that's, I mean, this is not like a committee that we're appointing. We're not going out into the community and saying, hey, we need 20 volunteers or 20 people we're gonna pay to do a job. And then the board is going out and we're compiling the 20 people and we could just pick whoever we want. We're all elected, right? I mean, at one point, there were trustees who were appointed. But at this point, everybody sitting up here is elected.
Technically, no.
Well, they
Technically,
ran though.
we
They ran
but-
in an
They're
election.
technically appointed. I mean, it doesn't.
But they
We ran
ran,
unopposed.
they ran in an election, and so somebody could have challenged either one of them. So there's not, it's not like it's not like one of us is doing something wrong by selecting each other to be here. We were voted on, and in my mind, approved by. When you put your name on the ballot, nobody runs against you, then that's the constituency group saying, hey, we approve of that candidate. We approve of that candidate because I'm not going to run against them. So saying that, hey, you know, we go out and you go walk through the Stater Brothers over there and you go, wow, they got a real demographic problem here with who they're hiring, right? It looks like something's up over here. That's a company where you walk through and somebody's making a choice. We were the choice that was made. Each of us, we were chosen. So we're not, in sitting in this seat, it's not so much that you chose me to be here, or I chose her, or Dennis chose Sharon. The voters chose us.
Correct.
So I know what you're talking about when you say people have complained about the makeup of the board and there not being enough diversity up here. The complaint came to the board. For anybody out here watching on TV, if you're still with us, or out in the audience, there was a criticism came to the board in an eval that there wasn't enough diversity on this board. Well, it's like we're the people who the public chose to be here. It's like the person filed the complaint with the wrong department, right? We didn't put ourselves here. I mean, we ran, we threw our hat in the ring, but we didn't choose us.
No, understand.
So that the problem is, if it's even a problem, the complaint should go to the voters.
Correct.
To say to the voters, hey, quit voting for Joe Brady, vote for this guy instead, right? It's happened. You've been challenged. I've been challenged, and we won.
I was challenged at the last minute.
But you
Yeah,
were.
It was
You were challenged.
It was a game. Yeah, I get
And
it.
so with challengers, we had to run elections against challengers, and we've both won elections. Dennis has been challenged. He won elections.
Dr. Walden, let me
So it's
ask-
kind of a complaint, but it's a complaint directed at the wrong group.
Let me ask you a question. I know, is Kirsten still here?
No.
Is Shannon still here?
No.
I heard a rumor, tell me if I'm right or wrong. I think, is that Jackie up there? Jackie, so you sit on the foundation board, don't you? Do you sit on the executive board? I heard recently that the foundation was approached by two individuals, fairly prominent within the High Desert region, that said to the foundation board that that board needed to have more diversity.
Said their board did?
That's true.
See? Dr. Wall knows what I'm talking about. And that wasn't, and those were by people that are highly respected. So the reason I say that, President Wood, is I think, and it's not because of those two people, it's the fact that the message was sent, but until somebody on the board here said to Dr. Wall tonight, nobody here would have known that those two people, prominent people within their community and their with what they do.
I don't know what's going on, Joe, but like in her area, it's almost all minority, and she wasn't even challenged.
Yeah.
I don't know why no one wanted to run.
mean, honestly,
I don't know
could have
about
been
your
COVID.
area, what the demographic is for your service.
Hispanic.
It's what?
A lot of Hispanic.
A lot of Hispanic, and you weren't challenged, so.
Right.
I don't know, maybe they're not
But
interested.
Dr. Walden, I think that the issue, when I asked you, did two people approach the foundation board?
Okay, if they approach the foundation board, why don't they just join the board?
Well, and the foundation board,
Well, I think
the
that
foundation board, they would have control within the foundation, right? I
the
mean,
foundation determines who's
They
on it.
approached.
Right.
Determine who's on it.
They approached me, I gave them to the foundation. They approached me with the request, and I said, well, then you need to make that request to the foundation. And that's how it went there, and they did.
Right,
they
but
did- They did interviews, I don't know, several interviews of people, and then they made their selections.
the foundation votes for their members, and then they vote for their board members or their officers. That's all internal. They would have.
Correct.
They could have effect on that. We
What
don't,
I'm-
we don't have the effect. I mean,
No,
you,
no, but-
you could say, hey, I want more diversity on the board, so I'm going to resign, and I recommend that you guys replace me with this person, right?
Correct.
But aside from doing that, it's not like,
But there would be no guarantee that we would replace you with that
right,
person.
but
I
it's,
mean, that's-
it's not
No
like.
quid pro
That's the
quo.
gamble you
Yeah.
take by doing
When,
that.
when we got the criticism that we got in that eval, they were essentially putting the criticism at the wrong party, right? We don't control, aside from choosing to run, we don't pick ourselves. And so it's like saying, hey, Joe, why do you have a guy named Joe running your company? And you're like, well, because I own the company and my name's Joe. Well, that too.
Oh, no.
So I think.
did. I didn't know we were
I
making
just
that correlation.
want you to remember.
I see.
Oh, my God.
So getting back on topic, it's getting late, 9 o'clock. Art's like passed out. Okay, when the meeting ends, everybody
He's left.
leave really quietly and like don't wake Art up. He
No,
is.
he is not.
Art's like passed
You're
out
getting him
over
in
here.
trouble. Shush.
Look at him, sacked out. Oh, he's awake now. We woke him up.
You know, somebody told me the other day that Art was a really, really, really good guy.
Who told you?
I mean, like a really.
Yeah,
somebody
Art.
he-
Don't say that in
Art,
front
Art was somebody you recently
Hey.
hired.
Let's get back
A
on
minute ago, Jen's telling me to leave you alone. He says, somebody told me Art was a good guy. I said, who said that? Jen goes, Art. She's telling me to leave you alone. Passive aggressive over here.
Okay, so. we're
So
gonna-
Joe, okay, anyway, I want to acknowledge, though,
It's a
I see what you're talking about with the recommendation of the demographer. It's a cross your Ts, dot your Is,
Well, yes,
and
and
have evidence
Sharon's.
to point to when the criticism comes, to have all the evidence to point to say, this is what Dr. Walden presented, this is what the demographer presented, this is what this is what that, and to have it all.
And then the board votes, and then.
And so
So
you've
Sharon has something and then I have something.
done a great
So
job of
what
making
I'm
it clear.
thinking I'm getting what Joe's trying to say, and maybe I'm wrong, but you don't want to go down to the last minute when somebody, like what happened with, you said, Blanca. When she put the lawsuit in, and we didn't have a choice. So it's like, we had to move forward with it, right?
Yes, but they
Yeah, but you're
could,
not gonna get sued over this.
yeah,
This
they
is
can't
nothing to
sue us to go to 7, though.
No.
Whether
Yeah, I know,
we go
but
to
I'm
5 or
just-
7
What I'm
is,
saying, what I'm trying to say is that I'm getting the feeling that Joe is saying, why can't we have our, like you said, get our i's dotted and our t's crossed, is that we want to be careful about somebody coming around and doing the same thing again, and then we have no choice. We have to do the whatever, like with the, 5 districts.
we will not have to go to 7. It's not an issue of getting sued or getting in trouble
have to
with
do
the
is be
rules.
districted.
It's just an issue of fielding criticism for the decision that we chose to stay with 5 or that we went to 7.
And
Right?
nothing
and
stops
quite
us.
frankly, no matter which way we went, there would be a lot of criticism.
And
but-
I would venture to say that we have given great consideration tonight, which is perhaps fulfilling that promise that you made, right?
No, I didn't make it, the board made it.
Right, but you said you're a man of your word.
Well, yeah, and I think if I hear President Wood saying, where this path was going, to have a conversation with this demographer over a Zoom call at the July meeting, I think just really cements the issue and covers the board.
I'm I'm with you on that. I see where you're at. On one hand, I trust what Dr. Walden says. I have no doubts that Jeff told him and he's telling us, but I see what you're saying, that in the normal context, that's fine, but in this context, the criticizer could easily just attack that and say, well, what I saw on the video was Dr. Walden saying it, that doesn't mean anything to me. But the other one provides a much better defense. Not that we're defending against an attack, we're defending against the criticism that's going to flow depending on how the
We're
vote
here
goes.
to do the public good, and the public good says, you just go that little extra mile.
I'm happy to invite the guy to zoom in.
At no extra
If
cost.
that's what the board wants.
So
No, he's not going to work for free.
My
You
only-
know
We're
that.
already paying him,
They're
we're
charging.
already paying him.
My only question is that's not gonna create any timeline issues, is it?
I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, it's not gonna,
I know that we were told that if we wanted to get the study done on time, we needed to get the person retained now.
okay.
President Wood.
So we did that, though. That's in the works. So there-
President
You
Wood.
approve that tonight.
Okay.
We deal with companies that play with numbers all the time. This won't delay. If he was delayed 28 days and he had to get done in 30 days, I absolutely guarantee you he'd get the map done. Because the map is what, he doesn't sit there and point out little dots. The map automatically does it based on.
The data is not going to be released till September.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Right. So then
It's
the
just
next,
for
why
them-
not take another
They
month?
needed to get it in the queue because this
Right.
group does most of them around the state.
so we're in the queue now, though. We voted on that.
So
It's
Dr.
done. We're
Walden,
in the
I
queue.
think for any trustee, they can't start anything until September. Because the date, they don't have a date.
Right, but I think I would rather, before I say yes, I want this guy to come and tell us, no, we don't want you to do this, which is something we already know.
gonna-
I
he's not
think
gonna
I would
say
like to
no.
know how
He's gonna
much it would cost to even have him come here, because why are we wasting the money? He's gonna do it on the phone. Yeah, but if he's gonna charge us,
I don't think that cost of that Zoom is going to be much. Even if you decide to go to 7, it's only another, I think, $5,000 because I asked.
all right.
So
Well, no, just to provide, not to
Doctor,
do the
can't we
study to
use
go to 7,
COVID money?
to have the,
Nice try.
to have,
Probably
No,
charge
it's
his
like we
hourly
spend
rate
all this
for
money, we're
attorneys
worried
and
about
lawyers.
okay.
2 hours.
I mean,
I
I represent the most diverse geographic area in the high desert. And for me, I take that very seriously. I try to attend all the diversity workshops that are provided. I try to educate myself. I realize that I'm a white woman. That's not anything I can change. However, I want to be very inclusive and very sensitive to any needs that may be in my area, right? And so it speaks volumes, and perhaps it was due to COVID that nobody wanted to participate, but that I ran unopposed. And we are still in a very tumultuous time. I hope that I represent my district well. If that ever is the case where I'm not, then I hope somebody can represent my district better. That is what it is. But I don't know that we need to waste, if it's a waste, time talking about this. I really, if how you're laying this whole scenario out is what it was, then we don't need to waste another minute of time talking about it, because we already talked about it back then, and it was a vindictive situation trying to raise a lawsuit. And so I don't even understand why we're wasting our time talking about
I
it.
wonder if is it even an issue? I haven't heard anybody
I
say
haven't heard
a word
anything,
about
but I
it
don't hear
in
anything, so nobody
years.
knows who I am.
I think the other thing, Trustee Tarpley, I think that we need to be sensitive about
Absolutely.
is a vote that is not unanimous on what we're going to do over this. This is a pretty testy issue across the country. And
Well, I
it's-
mean, I
it's-
Well, no, the 5 to 7 thing, I haven't heard anybody.
No.
And we're not voting.
All
This
the
is just a
people who were
Trustee Wood,
rabble-rousing to go to
we've
7 before, I haven't heard a word
I
from
said-
any of them.
I said 30 minutes ago, we could have saved 30 minutes of time. All I want to hear as a trustee and elected official at the college is from the demographer, where it's on the record that he said or she
Right.
says.
No, I get you.
This is,
But
that's it.
what I'm asking you is, and because I have not, and you've got ears out there, of all those people that came to that public hearing years ago, have you heard anything from any of them recently, like in
We
the
don't
last
run in the same social circles.
6 months.
We don't run in
Well,
the
still,
same,
you could hear
we don't
everybody
see
call
each
you.
other.
Email.
Because
okay.
I haven't, and I do, and I
But-
have seen some of those people
I do think
around
that
town.
letter, I think that letter, I understand was not sent to Apple Valley. It was sent to Victor Valley High School, and it was sent to VVC from what I've been told. I think that there's a message in the letter. And if you, you know, yeah.
The one from Blanca?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it,
So,
you know,
I think,
But
I
that
don't think
wasn't
it's
that,
an
I mean,
issue
did you read the
anymore.
letter? It asked us if we wanted to participate in her committee
I think
to increase
the whole
voters,
7
correct?
thing
Did I
died.
read it wrong?
no, I think, no, her letter, I thought it was incredibly bright. She was sending out a message. When she said in the letter, I'm a current Victorville City Council person."
Right.
Current.
Right.
The word current, because her case is in front of the DA. So what she was saying is, I'm a current Victorville, but we're going to go out and we're going to increase voter registration, and pretty significantly. I thought it was a very brilliant move on her part to send a pretty big message. She's not done politically up here, which is good. I mean, she wants to stay in political. I think it's great, so.
I mean, here nor there, I personally, I mean, I know you and I have had this conversation. I am not in this to be a politician. So if somebody out-politics me, that's fine. I'm here for the students and for the greater good of this college. And so I'm not interested in politicking, and I won't do it. I mean, I was scared to death to even run in the election. You and I had a very candid conversation about that. And, I mean, you told me I'm not a politician. I know I'm not, and I'm proud of that, actually. So,
Well, I
let
don't
that
think,
show on the record,
I don't
and then
think,
let's move on.
Trustee Tarpley, I don't think there's anybody up here running for higher office. I'm running again.
Oh,
But
you
I'm
are?
not, yeah, but I'm not running for
Oh,
higher
you've been
office.
saying you're
Right,
not.
I'm
I am running again.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not looking to,
Oh,
we've
heck
had
no.
quite a few
So I'm not
people
running
come
for
through.
Congress or dog, I want to be the San Bernardino County dog catcher, but they don't have that position open yet.
It's a good gig.
I would keep all the dogs, all the dogs.
Well, no, but I think it'd be kind of a cool, you know,
All
job.
right.
What are we doing?
I don't even know anymore.
Well, it's a.
Are you
I mean,
sure,
it's a
Dennis?
hot- Well, I think we need to vote
Wait, this
because
is
it
a
is,
discussion, right?
well, yeah, but it is direction. So we have to vote whether or not we're gonna direct him to.
I mean, I think it's a hard vote to make if we don't know how much.
No, it is, it's a hard
All I need
vote.
to know is the three of you want the person here next month. If 3 of you do, we'll have them here.
I want to know how much that's going to cost.
I know Joe does.
I
Dr.
don't-
Walden
I
is a
don't care,
really
folks.
good negotiator, and I think Dr. Walden would call him and say, you know what? You've already got a contract, and I'll bet you, he'd say, you know, I get on there, and he's not going to charge, with all the money
It's
this
not
board spends.
significant. It's not going to
peanuts.
cost significantly.
He's
any
gonna
money.
charge us. He's gonna charge.
He might charge you 500 for the night or 1,000, I don't know, but it's not going to break the
If
bank.
he's smart, he won't charge anything.
They will bill him with HERF funds. I don't know.
How are you going to write that one off?
I don't know.
He's probably watching right now, and he just heard you
I'll
say
ask
that.
Shantae.
Right, he's watching, he heard
He
Walden
heard him
say,
say that.
500, maybe 1,000.
I
He's like,
mean-
yep, 1,000.
How are you guys feeling about it? I don't,
I'm on the fence, honestly. Like, I get what Joe's saying, and I know why. At first, I was thinking, what is he talking about? But now I get what you're trying to do. You're just setting up the pieces so that if somebody comes to criticize, you can say, hey, there's all the evidence.
On July 13th, we had Mr. Smith.
Right, here's all your evidence, right?
He
Like,
gave a 19-minute presentation, it's in the archives, it's there forever, and the case is closed.
but then at the same time, I'm kind of like, it's a waste of time. I mean, ultimately, I know how I'm voting.
You know what?
On the 5 to 7, I know how I'm voting already.
Let's just call for votes, so we just get our name on it. That's all I care about. You know how I'll vote.
I don't think I understand the voting because it's under the
can't vote on
information.
that.
Are we
discussion.
voting?
Discussion
We have to vote on
It's
whether
not
we're
a
going to
voting
give.
issue.
No, but we have to vote on whether we're gonna have Dan have the guy on Zoom to provide the recommendation at the
I
next
just need
meeting.
2 more people. Joe wants it, so if you want it,
I
he'll
don't
just
care.
tell me. Because I don't care. I want to go home, go to bed, and I won't be here next month. So y'all can do that without me.
You got another half a week, Dan.
Hey,
Come on.
John, you're in charge of this three-ring circus next month. Good luck.
You see how vocal he is. You guys will get out here early.
I'm holding off on my vote because I don't want to be the sway vote. So I don't know if people want to write it down and pass it to Dan or something. This is why we went away from verbal voting too, by the way, years ago.
I don't care.
Because sometimes
Enough
people
to
would
say
kind of
this
wait,
now.
like,
This
how's,
is where- this is
how's
where-
Sharon going to vote? Let me see how Sharon's
This
going
is
to
where
vote.
politics is really important. People like to go back and see what your vote is. And I really,
Right.
I want to make it a public vote.
I'm
So we
just,
know.
I'm holding off on my yes or no because I
I'll
don't
be
want to,
clear.
I don't want to sway it.
I'll be
That's why.
clear I will speak as a president about this because I have an opinion that I think matters. I am so against the 7, I can't even tell you how much. But about this guy coming next month, I don't care. I really don't. I'm happy to call him up and have him come.
I mean, we talk
But
about.
you're gonna vote, I'm not gonna make the eventual decision on the 7 anyway, but I will tell you, I'm not gonna be in favor of it for all the reasons that I kind of laid out here earlier.
Dr. Walden, let me be clear again. I don't think that any of us are sitting here talking about 7.
Right.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to cover for the college.
I got it.
And I really kind of need your leadership to say.
And I'm happy to do it.
Well, no, but you say, I don't care, but then I won't be here. But I'm trying to be sure
Well, me not
whatever
being here is
decision
a-
we make is that 5 years from now, when somebody comes and says, why did you do this? Well, we're all on the record.
Okay, so if it
Right.
helps, I would advise the board to bring the guy next month. Does that help?
I still don't care. Honestly,
This is on, yeah, let's just get on.
I have a vote. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying not to sway it, right?
That's why we're elected to vote,
I
not to
know.
worry about the balance. Who care? I mean, just vote.
I'll vote. I'll cast my vote, but, so are you abstaining?
well, I'm thinking then still.
Does anybody else want to vote?
I don't- No.
Dennis is a no? So you're a yes?
Let's ask the student trustee.
I'm absolutely, positively a hard no. The person could come, they could talk, they could do whatever, but
You're a hard no on them coming or a hard no on the 7?
I'm a hard no on the 7, and I'm kind of like, I would abstain on them coming because I don't really think it matters, to be completely honest. I think that it's harder to negate decisions when you have multiple people. I understand that we're trying to do that politic-y thing and have a bunch of people here from all different types of diversities. Don't get me wrong, I'm a first-generation American. My mom was born in Mexico. I get what you're trying to do, you know what I mean? But I understand too what Jen was saying about, maybe they ran unopposed because of COVID, and that's true. I have lots of council members that wouldn't even come to gatherings because they didn't want to go out. But, yeah, the guy coming,
I mean,
no.
he,
You know what? Honestly, no. They've already given an opinion. They've already said
Yeah.
it's not functional or productive to have 7. So if I'm being completely and utterly honest, it's no both ways.
so you're a yes, Dan's a yes, you're a no, and you're a no.
I'm not voting.
No, I know. Technically, none of us are voting. It's a discussion item.
I did advise you.
We got a
I
4-4
advised you.
vote. How did that happen?
I did advise you to call the person let me call the person and get them down here for a 20-minute presentation. So,
Can we
that's my
shorten that?
advice.
Shorten
Huh?
that.
I do know that when we had that, when we were talking, the 7 came up, there was an influential person in the group that wanted the 7, and who knows, he could come back and say the same thing. Do you know who I'm talking about, Joe?
Anthony Rhodes, but he's no longer here.
No, not him.
Who?
Who was it?
It was Eric.
Who?
Eric Schmidt.
Oh, but don't tell that because I don't want them to be persuaded because Eric said
No,
that.
I'm just saying that he was
he was
a.
He was. It
Yeah.
was Eric
I'd
Schmidt.
forgotten that he was
Oh,
there,
but
yeah.
that could change the vote. Let's just,
I'm just
Why does that change
remember
the
him
vote?
talking.
Why does that change my vote? Why does that change my vote?
No, I'm just being facetious, but I want that to go on the record.
Okay.
Do you want me to vote, or do you want to vote?
I really don't care.
It's why we went away from verbal votes, though, because people would queue and follow
Oh,
each
I'm not
other's
going
leads.
to vote when
and-
you vote just because you're voting it. I honestly, I think I vote no because they've already said what's the point of it.
All right, I'm voting yes.
Good for you.
You voted what?
Yes.
All right,
So
so we'll
it's
have them
3
here
to
next
3,
month.
Yeah, 3-2.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
just one
done.
vote.
Next item.
High Desert Survey, and now I definitely need a break.
Let me
What
make
you're
this
saying,
real,
like,
no, you know what,
dancing.
President Wood?
Are you
You know
dancing?
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta have a,
I'd rather move this so we can leave, and next month, maybe wait till August. The intent
Oh,
of
no.
having the survey out here,
no, we're not waiting till August.
We just
No,
had
no.
a survey
Wait.
3 years ago.
Dennis, let me make a statement.
Can we just break
that
real
you
quick?
may not- You may not care about.
Okay, we're breaking real quick. We're breaking.
The intent of the report was to see, do you have any questions about the report? I
No,
can tell you.
we can skip the report, but we still have trustee comments.
Yes.
I mean, we can dance through the trustee comments,
That's
but
true.
she's dancing and
But
so
I would say this, Trustee Wood,
Joe's like, I want to see this guy pee his pants on stage.
one of your, no,
are you doing?
one of your influential foundation members, I think you're a member of the foundation, who wrote a real big check, wants to hear the college hear this issue on the survey. His name's John Ohanian. He's with Tapestry. Randall Lewis with Lewis Retail would like to see the same thing. Craig Garrett, another member of your foundation.
I'm walking away.
Good.
Take a break.
Yeah,
Quick
just
break,
take a break.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sorry, Joe.
And Utah's beating the Clippers right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Take the computers too. So, you know, you can't guarantee they'll come, because they may be booked, but I can ask them. You know, that's a good
Are you guys cleaning up? Just a little bit? I need the gavel. Can't have a meeting without a gavel. Just in case, maybe tonight will be the night that I.
And if they are, they're just in small groups. What about the other 450,000?
Yeah.
It was nice having these, we didn't have this last time.
Yeah, that's great. That was a good idea, because we could see it. Without looking, what the heck is that?
I don't know, we was calling to get them here, but I put the blue on.
Ow.
How are you?
You know, it's, he just wants it his way. I like her, she put these things.
I know, I really like it.
We didn't have those last month. The problem is, we can only
You know
do
what
it
it
for
is?
one more month.
And then what?
Well, I'm hoping we can go back to the boardroom,
That would be nice.
because we can, after next month. I mean, we might could use it in August, I don't know. But I know we can't.
Because they have
We
classes.
definitely cannot use it after August,
Because they have classes.
because of classes.
Yeah.
You got choir, you got theater, all that stuff.
This is not a good
I want to go back to the boardroom as soon as we don't have to search the district, which I think.
Every time I hear the fire truck, I just hope we got that building.
I read the regulations right, July 31st.
Gavin Newsom apparently they changed June 15th. I don't know. So apparently June 15th is not the date. Somebody told me this 4 days ago that he was going to change his mind. I guess. You know what? I don't know.
I do, because I have to visit the hearing on this stuff every day. Oh, this is huge. You know what? The secretary has to, the secretary does talk to that one last time. Then what happens, then I get a call from him.
Yeah, let's.
Bridge isn't back.
It's not authority, it's respect.
He said 5 minutes, has it been 5? What happened to my chair?
I'm like, what happened? I'm
Well,
looking
I
at
was
it.
thinking here.
Oh, I was looking at it.
Hello. I'm gonna go to sleep.
While we're waiting on Bridge. There she is. I was keeping an eye waiting on Bridge.
Come on, Bridge. I gotta study for finals tonight.
All right, we're in the home stretch. We're all back. Sorry about that, Joe. I was dancing. I was looking at her. She was
Oh,
dancing.
no,
and
I
he was-
just,
Sleep tight.
And Dan actually didn't make it all the way to the
Oh,
little boy's room. But, oh, is this thing on? Yeah,
So, Brandon-
we've lost the audience. They don't even care
We
anymore.
lost them 7 hours ago.
Right. Okay. Now, 19.5 High Desert Survey informational. We've put it off. Do you want to talk
Yeah,
about it?
so
I'm interested.
Let me tell you where we were quickly, where we've been, and what I'm hearing. We see the business climbing on up here, and we see the fact that employers can't find qualified, okay? We see crime every day. I mean, we have three poor kids that just got killed 2 days ago, crime. Back in, we started monitoring this back in 2012. By 2018, I went down and saw Dr. Husing, who's a leading economist within the Inland Empire. And we had lunch, and I said, I'm sick and tired of what I see, and the high desert's about ready to implode, and he said, it's going to implode. And if you want to change it, this is what you got to do. So he suggested we went over to Cal State San Bernardino, sat down with Dr. Sirotnik, had lunch. She said, Joe, we can create a custom survey for the high desert, $16,700. And she said, you will not get 2,000 responses. Okay, I said, I wanted 20,000. She goes, you won't get 20,000, you get 2,000. I said, okay, great. So if you want to get people's attention, and maybe Dr. Walden, this would help you and your staff try to reach out. We bought 32 members of the media lunch, and they all showed up because you feed them. And we were there because they were concerned about crime, 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 and crime. You know, you can't sell newspapers. The Daily Press is down to 6,500. They were at 40,000 when I came here. So the survey went. We got 13,047 responses. Unfortunately, COVID came. Dr. Husing wrote the report for 50 grand and clearly articulated a lot of data that Dr. Walden has said that him and his staff have used about the demographics and the population, some of the challenges that we have up here. I can tell you, sitting in this seat now, that one of his recommendations one of his bigger recommendations is that VVC really get more involved in the economic development movement and try to become, you know, part of the bigger solution, which, you know, we're trying to do that here with Aspen and all that. The Valley, though, is awfully big. I had told you months ago that I'd gotten a phone call from somebody at Barstow, and I said, and they didn't want to be identified. Well, they do want to be identified, and their name's Dr. Ted Baca, and he's on the board. And when Ted called me the second time we were talking about this, I said, you know, Ted, I told the board that, you know, it was not somebody. He called me probably 4 months ago. I was on a power walk one day, and he said, Joe, your report, he had read the report after we had our joint board meeting, and he said that report contains all the ingredients to solve the problems up here. Now, it lays out an outline if the Valley comes together. So the one thing I've learned, having put together 3 economic development organizations, many people that are here today were not around back in the days that we did that, and we were real involved out here, is you have to get the right people at the table. When COVID came, we couldn't get to the table. And High Desert Church, and God bless Tom Mercer and George Beersley, they gave us the church to do the final report. We're going to do the final report in a different way. So we've identified, up till 2 months ago, we figured we're 2,350 key stakeholders within the region. So Trustee Wood, so we look at attorneys. There's like 15 major attorneys, and you're obviously one of them. So when we do the announcement, we're going to invite you as a prominent attorney, and you know, prominent real estate brokers and engineers and blah blah blah. It's the Valley that's got to come together and decide what it wants to do when it grows up. The challenge now is that everybody's feeling good. So people's housing values have gone up, and they're looking at their financial statement going, oh, hey, honey, you know, we made $100,000 on Zillow last month. Well, okay, I've been through these cycles before, okay? I've made millions, and I've lost it. Okay, so it goes up and down like this. What I'm concerned about is the long term for the High Desert and the Mojave River Valley region, as I think all of us are. That's the reason we're here. So there's a place, I think, where VVC needs to get involved. The other thing that I really see, and it's happened a lot quicker than I thought it would, even with COVID, I'm shocked that I'm here today telling you this. If I told you of all the development projects that are real, not in the pipeline and blah, it's mind-boggling. Okay. Booming. So I guarantee you, in 6 months, when you're driving down Bear Valley Road and you're crawling, and they've just gotten done repaving Silica, and you can't go down because of the green tree, and you're going to see all this. What's going to happen is we're going to feel so good for a period of time because people will be prosperous, but we have a problem. We have 57% of our valley still on welfare. So while you're billing out, and you know, the more crimes, maybe the better your business does. You know, I don't know. I'm worried long term, but what I have seen are the people like Randall Lewis that say to me, Joe, you let us know when I got to write that next check to form that board. You know, Ken Shear, that big grading job out here on I-15, we are absolutely involved. We're doing, I cannot tell you the amount of money that is flowing into this economy tonight. It's almost scary, okay? Case in point, we just lost a bid today. It's part of what we do. 100 acres right in front of the base, right there on Air Expressway. People drive by it all the time. Property is worth 25 grand 5 years ago, okay? It's going into escrow at $13 million tomorrow. Okay, so why? Why? Because the developers are going, and there'll be a big announcement real soon at the base, and it's not Amazon. Amazon is a good announcement of a tenant. There'll be a bigger announcement of something even bigger than an out. So you start parlaying that. You take the speed train, although it's been delayed 6 months, okay, really working to get down to Rancho Cucamonga. In 7 years, it's going to change this valley. But what's not going to change are some of the underlying issues. I'm almost 65 years old. Deb asked me not to do this. I felt that I needed to do it. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad that we put it out, and before we get done, we'll put it out to roughly 2,500 decision makers here. If the college takes the lead, great. When Dr. Baca says to me as a trustee at the college, this thing has all the ingredients, I've done my part. I've got some projects I've got to take care of financially. You know, I'm going to develop Green Tree and Aspera Road, and I'm going to develop Barstow. I've got to stay focused, but I think that there's a point where, and you know, Dr. Walton's busy, and he's you know, working on where does the college fit in this? Where does Barstow Community College fit? So there's some people out there who think that they fit. We have some underlying problems, and the problems won't go away. We'll sweep them under the table for a while. I'll be making, you know, it won't be my problem. You know, as you get older, you kind of say, well, it's not my problem. You're, I think, a little bit younger than I am. It'll be your problem, but it's our problem. So the issues outlined in there are our problem. What I'd like to do is really challenge each one of you as trustees to read that, come on back and ask, you know, maybe 10 minutes of questions to say, what do we do with it? I'm going to take it out, and it will be in the hands of the right people at the right time. We're just waiting for COVID to be totally done. So people are really focused. And I think by the month we're seeing, you know, you go out to the restaurants now, there's more people out there, and people are very engaged, and the economy is doing really, really well. But the underlying issues up here are not. There are 4 deals ready to break ground, and they will create a demand for 4,000 jobs. And they're all in distribution, logistics, and all that. I don't think that we're going to be able to fill them. And
I think that's where Todd's
you know,
new
Dr.
program
Scott,
comes in.
Todd, I'm going to tell you, when you're sitting eyeball to eyeball with Ken Shear, the president of Covington, who's got, you know, 232 acres out here that they just got done grading, and he says, Joe, I want to sit down. I want to sit down with your college president because our company wants to be a force up here. So I think what's going to happen is the deck of power, not the deck of power, I think the deck of influence is going to change. I think you're going to see people like him and other companies that are coming up here going to take I think they're going to get more involved, and it's easier for me to sit down and help shepherd 15 players to a table of leaders and then let them make the decision than sit here and try to grovel over, you know, did you read the survey? Do you have any interest? I mean, it really won't matter because those people, I think, are the ones that are going to, but I think the college has a huge stake in where we go. So I would really encourage.
And I want to point out that there are recommendations regarding higher education in the survey. All of those recommendations are majorly addressed in our educational master plan.
Correct.
So the survey was taken seriously by the college. And so I really think, I mean, it's been very beneficial anytime you brought people to the table and got me talking to them and introduced. I think the college can have, you were talking earlier about how do we get people to stay up here? Well, I think when we engage with the industry that's here and the industry that's interested in coming here and adapt our programs to fit what they need, then we can train the people because they're here and they'll be there for those companies. And that's why you have things in front of you that you voted, and thank you for voting favorably for them tonight. Todd he just alluded to it a little bit, but that non-credit thing, I mean, that is the way to be flexible, adaptable, quick, nimble, and because these industries now, if the higher education doesn't provide it, they'll train their own people.
Right.
They'll just say we don't need the college because we'll do it ourselves. So we aren't going to be like that. We're going to be right there at the table with them, having those decisions, helping them, making the decisions that will bring them the workforce they need, and that will keep our students up here. Another thing that I think will help is as we become seen as the #1 college And I think we'll be seen that way before we actually get the award. But if we start seeing ourselves that way and we're seen that way, the college provides lift to the community. A better college makes a better community. I come from a town like that. I watched Texas Tech was just a little, farming kind of, taught people how to farm and stuff like that. It's now a major university in the United States. And when you go into Lubbock, where there's 250,000 people in the middle of nowhere, it's all about, go to one of those Red Raider games and you're going to see 56,000 people, 56,240 people in that stadium because they fill every seat every time it's played. And so that town has been lifted by that university as the university became what it is. And so this college has the ability to provide lift and eventually 4-year, I had a vice president of, the ingoing vice president of enrollment and I forget her full title, taking over at Cal State San Francisco. She said to me today, she said, I'd like to know if we could work together on how to get your students to come to our college. And so we were on a Zoom meeting together, so we were privately messaging each other. And I said, I'll tell you what, I have a plan. I have an idea. Here's my phone number. Here's my email. And of course I know her. She hired me to be the vice president of City College, but she's now up north as the president of Kenyatta and going over to take this VP position. There is a way to start partnering with these 4 years that'll eventually get a 4-year up here, public 4-year. So this college, the better it gets, the more lift it's going to provide, the more of these relationships we build with these industries will keep our students here.
I'll say this, and I was looking out in the audience. Jackie, do you remember when George Air Force Base closed? Yes, sir. Do you remember what it decimated this valley?
Yes, it did.
So for those of you that were not here, I was just starting my business. When George Air Force Base announced on December 28th of 1988 that they would close, and they put a padlock on the gate on December 28th, 1992, it cost this little valley of 175,000 people $1 billion. The valley fell absolutely flat. The college at the time was kind of the center of economic development, and with the college's help and the help of, I think, some pretty committed private sector and public sector people, they put together which was a really good economic development movement. And the problem was two of the cities got into it. So all the cities were at the table, and one of the cities claimed that the other city stole a manufacturer, okay? Long story short, when things are good, people don't worry because it's good. I mean, I have nothing to complain about now. I just don't have enough hours. So why would I care about 57% welfare and crime and an uneducated workforce? Should go make a bunch of money and have, but you know what? This is our future. And I think that we have a chance here at the college to take this to the next level. I will tell you all as trustees, I've negotiated with my wife and partner on how deep, because she really thought I'd even go deeper on this thing. The next thing I'm going to do is we'll make this open. We're going to use probably High Desert Church after the end of the year to bring the 2,300 leaders together and say, this is your report. Now what do you want to do? I've gone through and I've looked at that list. I've identified 60 people that could sit at that board level that Dr. Husing's talking about, and the board level is it's one that you pay. So it separates out. It I think will bring in, the manufacturing. You take like a Craig Garrett and you take the cross section of people we have out here, Eric Schmidt. It's probably in the report. I think Dr. Husing suggests it's a $10,000 to $15,000 buy-in per year. But now you're going to get heads of industry, working with the college and working with Barstow, because we are our own region, and somehow, working with other agencies to take care of some of our social ills. If we want to be the area that I think we all want to live and play in, we've still got a lot of work to do. So I think the college is a place for it. So, and I'm just glad I had an opportunity to do this. I would not do it again, I can tell you that. I way underestimated the amount of time and money. Yeah, I way underestimated how much it would cost us.
All right.
So-
Any questions? I can't wait for the meeting.
You're on the list, but there's not that many attorneys left, so we're, yeah. No, there's not.
There's not a lot of
No.
attorneys up here. A lot of them are retiring.
And
All right.
the list is not based on how many billboards they have either.
Yeah, because none of those people live or work up here. All right, we'll go to individual Board of Trustees reports. You want to go first or you want to go last?
I'll go last.
We'll save the tears for the end.
Yes.
All right. Sharon? Second to last. Dennis?
I just want to say to everybody graduating, hallelujah. We'll be there for you. And you have a great summer and study and get back to work in the fall. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Dan?
Graduation is great.
Nothing. All right, Jen?
I'll be very brief. I almost skipped, but I want to get on the record the things that I attended. I did go to the Celebration by the Lake. It was a wonderful event that the foundation put on, and I'm proud to go every year, either to when we call it a gala or when we call it a Celebration by the Lake. I'll be there. Maybe next time I'll bring a jacket. It was pretty cold. I did go to the Trustee Town Hall Series Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Workshop that included breakout sessions. I attended with Dr. Walden via Zoom. And then before that morning, I went to the CCC Courageous Leadership Workshop, which was also via Zoom. And that is a series put on by the CCLC, I believe, CT, one of them, that is basically just kind of teaching trustees how to lead courageously and do the job, which I think is helpful. I did attend the June 4th adult ed graduation briefly with Brandon and Dr. Walden, and then we were whisked away by the Men in Black car to the nurses' pinning because there was a conflicting schedule. It was a wonderful graduation ceremony. Martha did a great job, and the committee did a great job. Henry, Todd, it was wonderful. And then nurses' pinning, I'm not going to lie, brought me to tears. The little candle thing, it's ridiculous. So good job for all of our graduates, and I'm super excited for next week. That is all.
Joe?
I was listening deeply.
You got more to say?
This is a nice little handout. This is so I got invited to the Church of Latter-day Saints did a job fair on Saturday. And they had about 30 booths there, and VVC was there. So I don't know, it was it Art? Did you pull it off? Huh?
Art's got it going.
Yeah.
He didn't go, but yeah, Mason's the guy who.
So the
ran it.
guy that you sent was Mason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great guy.
Guy loves his job. He sent me some pictures about you, but that's okay. You know, this was really cool. This is a great little handout, and all the little stuff that they had on the table. I mean, the red bag. Deb said, Joe, if you bring another bag in this house, I keep it in my briefcase. But no. Let me tell you what I found, Art. This was very, very, very disconcerting. The attendance, and they really, they marketed this. I mean, the Mormon Church has a pretty big reach, and Mark Fouve, who put this thing on, is very well known. The attendance was not very good. And it's concerning, it's very concerning to me as a business person. It's the first job fair I've ever gone to, and sat there, and we've got a problem up here, guys. We have got a real problem up here, and I told Mark we would do whatever we could. I know we have a job fair that's coming up here, I think, with the college really soon. I would strongly, strongly, strongly encourage, I know it takes a lot of work, but, you know, my business, if you have a lot of work and you're making a lot of money, then you're looking good. I think we need to do one every quarter for here, I mean, to really get the word out. I was really taken back by the lack of people that came to this, because I think that, again, And I'm not in favor of people sitting on the couch at home, and I'm not in favor of people being paid to sit on the couch at home. And I think the sooner we cut that off, the better. You know, all these people had nice tables set up. I mean, Carl's Jr. was there. I mean, the Army, talking to the people at the Army recruitment and the Marine recruitment, they just said, people are paid to stay at home. We can't get them out to get here. So when the guy says, yeah, we think we signed up 2 people last week, he was really excited, okay?
Right.
So I just think, Art, you sent him over. Mason was great. I want to say thanks. The graduation will be good. I mean, it's outstanding to have numbers like that to be able to brag in a year of COVID. So congratulations, everybody. And to Trustee, I think that no doubt someday that you will be the best of the best of the best, and you'll take your convictions down the road, and you'll learn over the course of time, you know, how things are. I've really enjoyed working with you, and more importantly, I've really enjoyed the convictions that you bring. So God bless you, and be safe. That's okay. You know, I still learn, but I'm still setting mine too.
You're going to have to learn to speak Cajun, though, when you get down to Louisiana. All
And
right,
stay away from Mardi Gras, man. I'm telling you, that's
right. I'll tell you, Joe, as you were sitting there talking, it's a little bit off the trustee comments, but I agree with you. I'm actually not surprised to hear that the job fair had no turnout. People don't need to go to a job fair if they want a job, because right now you can kind of go get a job wherever you want one. Kathleen and I flew out to Phoenix, a quick trip there and back for my dad's 70th birthday. We surprised him at brunch. And in the airport, Phoenix Sky Harbor, you think of Phoenix, it's a big, kind of a younger, you know, city. It's a nice city, beautiful. We're in the airport on the flight back here, and we go into a restaurant, like a sit-down restaurant, and it was probably about 5 p.m. The airport was packed, right? From everything I'd heard about, oh, it's so weird walking through empty airports, and, you know, you'd never seen it like this. The Phoenix airport was packed. We walk into the restaurant. As we're walking in, the girl there says, hey, you're welcome to come in and order drinks, but the kitchen's closing. And I'm going like, what is it, like 2 in the morning? You know, like it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we sat down, ordered drinks, and then started talking to the girl who worked there. And I said, what's the deal? Like, I mean, there's people just flowing in to the restaurant, and they're telling everybody, no more food, kitchen's closed. And I'm like, what's going on? And she said, everybody here, there was like 5 employees, like one guy in the kitchen, a waiter, a bartender, and 2 people out on the floor. I think 5 employees running this entire restaurant. And the girl says, everybody you see here, working here, we've all been here since 6 a.m. We're it. That's it. We're the only people who work here. So, like, we basically come to work at 6 a.m., and we work, and then when we just can't take it anymore, we just close. And I said, what time is this place supposed to stay open to? And she said midnight, and later if the airport's busy. So they have one shift. They probably should have had about 8 or 10 people on a shift. They had like 5, and they just come in, and we just got into it with her. You know, we're like, well, I mean, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. You know, we're traveling and we need you here. We really appreciate it. But if nobody else is coming to work, like, why are you coming to work? She said, I feel like I belong at work. I don't want to get paid to sit at home. I need to work, and I feel like it's the right thing to do, so I come to work, but I can only do this for so long before I have to go home, you know, and rest. And you know, we were like, wow, well, first of all, thank you to you and everybody else for coming to work. But 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they're shutting this restaurant down. And 5 employees who'd been there since 6 a.m., no breaks, no nothing, because they just felt like it was the right thing to do. We paid the check there, way over tipped the young lady who was working there. I think we had like a $30 bill and tipped her like $20. Went walking down the terminal, to another place that we were going to kind of sit down there. And just as we were walking up, they were like, we're closed like 5:30. And it was exactly the same thing. They had 2 employees working there, running a whole restaurant in an airport. And it was the same deal. Like, this is it. We've all been here since we opened, all 2 or 3 of us that were there. And talking to people, they're like, yeah, we have jobs available. The prior employees, we call them, they won't come back to work, and there's no one applying because they get paid the same or more to sit at home.
And you know the problem is the landlord, the airport, those are sought-after locations.
Right.
The landlord defaults the tenant and a penalty because they have to stay, their lease says you have to be open during these hours and you have to report your sales, and if they're on a percentage rent, oh yeah, so
Right, it's a mess. You're right on the money, though, and it's not just in this high desert. I think it's going on everywhere in the United States that people they don't want to go back to work. So I'm not at all surprised that nobody's at a job fair when there's plenty of jobs out there and nobody wants them. So I'm not surprised at all.
The
that it was
people
an
that are
empty
making
job
money
fair.
right now are the people that make banners that say we're now open job, I mean,
Right.
whatever. That's who's making the money.
Yeah, I mean, it's insanity, but it's a problem that'll solve itself soon enough, hopefully. Individual reports, the graduation was beautiful. Todd's speech was nice. Dan's speech was nice. At the adult ed, Trene's speech was nice. It was an excellent event. It was hot, hot, hot. Somebody who, despite my nature to snitch people off, I will not snitch off, called me to tell me that I had to wear a suit and tie. I work in the courthouse, as anybody in the room knows, I'm sure. For the last year and a half, the courthouse has been on casual dress code, COVID, so this is how I've been going to court every day. It's awesome, love it. I'm never going back, but somebody told me that the dress code for the graduation was suit and tie. And it was like 104 degrees out there on the football field, maybe 106, I think. It was flaming hot, no shade. The person who told me I had to wear a suit and tie, that person did have a seat in the shade, but parked the rest of us out in the blazing sun. But I'll get that person back soon enough. He knows who he is. But the graduation was excellent. There was a conflict, which I've shared my opinion with Dan about how we need to probably avoid the future conflicts, because for those of us who'd like to attend as many of these events as possible, it really sucks to have to jump up in the middle of one, and like Jennifer and I were sitting in the front row, Dan was up on stage, and we all 3 jumped up in the middle of their thing and kind of snuck out, but I'm sure it was about as obvious as if I stood up and snuck out right now. So hopefully in the future we can avoid the crossover of the events. But we did make it on time before they locked us out of the nursing graduation. The nursing graduation was always on point, beautiful, wonderful event. And so I thank those groups for taking the time to invite me to that. I really appreciated it. And I do look forward to the graduation on Saturday, the biggest, bestest, most fun of all the graduations. Want to go now?
Well, I didn't go to the nurses' pinning or the adult ed, but I was there in spirit. I've been to them before, and I've really enjoyed them, even known a few students that went through the adult ed. Very proud of them, what they did, and I'm looking forward to graduation coming up this Saturday. And also we went to the Hall of Fame too, or I was there, yeah. That was really nice. Froze, but it was really nice.
Right,
And I want to congratulate Bridget, and I think she's going to do amazing things for the medical world. You are so welcome. And that's it for me.
All right, everyone, it's been a pleasure sitting on this board. It's been a new experience, if I could find a word. Thank you, Jimi Hendrix. It has been an experience, definitely, but one that I feel has made me a better and a stronger leader. It has taught me some different styles of social skills that I probably did not have before I took this position. Yes, I am really grateful for this opportunity to be a voice for my peers over the last year. I'm definitely happy for everyone that is graduating. COVID has been a very unprecedented educational experience. I did not sign up to be like, I still hunch because I spend so much time on the computer at home. And, but anyways, I'm really grateful for the time that I spent here. I'm looking forward to graduation. I'm sure that the person that takes my position on this board, Jay, will do an amazing job, and I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you for each and every one of you and your different dynamics that you've brought to the table. And, yep, that's all I got.
I want to say, so I've had 4 student trustees since I've been here. Even though I've offered it to all of them, Bridge is the only one who comes every month to consultation and every month to review the board agenda with me. She's the first one of the 4, and we're hoping to get Jay to do the same thing. But, so I feel especially close to you and felt that we bonded, and I feel very connected, and I feel like I'm sending my daughter away to college.
Aw.
So.
Thanks, Dr. Walton. I agree. The feeling is mutual. We have definitely bonded over this year, even at some meetings in person and some meetings on the computer. I definitely feel the same way. The feeling is mutual, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you for the last year.
Stay in touch.
I will.
We'll miss you.
I'll miss you guys too.
It's been a pleasure. All right. Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion, Tar, please.
I
Second,
move, I
Brady.
second, and I third.
All in favor, aye. Huh? Brady. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight.